Hooked
Good
flash.
Scooby is flashed. The pad's getting punched. The code's getting punched in. Novius does it under the flash on Scooby.
Unbelievable.
Oh my, that made toss.
He's just telling everyone to come in.
Oh, the blind fire through the window. That's 2 down. Time push here from Questcomers. They're applying at all the right angles. Melted and Mad Hatter pretty drawn into this side now. Melted can swing. Is it too late? No, it's not. It's just in time. Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Season 10 Bronze Match Pre-Show. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's, and I am joined by my co-casters TFH here on cam to my immediate left, as well as Silent Night in the background. Silent, how are you doing today, bud? Oh, I think we are having a bit of an audio hiccup there. Let me make sure you guys are properly being brought in. It's fine. We'll get you guys intros in a second. Todd can silently mouth hello to everyone on cam at the very least. But we got plenty to introduce today. It is the group stage of the round robin. Not the group stage. We're well past that. Let's go through it all. Sorry, I got our audio up. Todd, say a word. Let the fans know you're here.
Well, we did have a big day yesterday, so I'm not surprised that at least we're ironing out all the hiccups now rather than at finals. So it's we're the opener of the act here. Okay,
it was close. All right, I almost had everything perfect. I'm no Noman. All right, that's for sure. But it has been a incredibly long road for some of these teams in our semis, in our finals today. Started off with the Challenger Cup, where we had I think it was 40 teams square off against each other. One team coming out on top that ultimately went to face off against ranks 1, 4, and 5 in our round robin group B. Round robin group A, we had 2 teams come out of both of those. They come down into the semis, which we had yesterday. You probably saw some of the replays on the intro. And now here we are, the final day of Season 10, and we're tuning into the bronze match. That means this is the 3rd place match. That means that these teams are competing for $700 in cash prizing and $55 in Onward products per player. So definitely still some decent little chunks of change on the line here, Todd.
Yeah, I swear that the VRML website itself has doubled itself in length with the amount of people who we have partnered with, including HyperX, which I've noticed you're rocking one of their microphones, which is awesome. Looks amazing. So really good on you, HyperX, and all of our other sponsors for hopping on board with this VRML train that we got going on here. And I am really psyched for these matches that we have coming up very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, Mayhem versus Beginners. I mean, let's start with how they did respectively yesterday. And I want to start with you, Silent, the man off cam, if you will. What do you, I mean, in terms of, let's start with Beginners. Let's start with Mayhem, going up against Beginners. How do you think Mayhem did there in that series?
I really was impressed by Mayhem. Most of all, I mean, Mayhem really has gone and built themselves up every single season, and now with all of that hard work, you've seen this start to pay off to where they're able to go against someone who has won against the league multiple times. And I mean, their strats, first of all, especially on defense, was pretty solid, I thought. And then when they were on, if I remember right, Subway, I was just impressed by their gameplay all the way around.
I mean, it's not easy to take a map off of Beginners in a semifinal situation where it really matters the most, because I mean, Todd, we were talking about this. Beginners have the most experience out of any team. They know how to compete in these semis, in these sort of championship scenarios.
Yeah, I think if we go through the statistics, a matter of fact, with GlobalCam kind of being out of the picture for this season, beginners are probably one of the most veteran teams out there, probably behind G-Men, which I think is and Sinister Pride, which are the only other teams that have existed, or at least continue to exist ever since VRML started as an official league. I don't know anything about the Steam page league that was set up before this, but as far as VRML goes, beginners is probably one of the most weathered teams out there.
Yeah, so, to Mayhem's credit, I think they performed very well yesterday too, Silent. I completely agree with you. It was so fun to watch. They were very locked in and focused. And I gotta wonder, we've all competed in the league at one point or another. When you get in that third place match, there's still, the community is watching. You're still competing for prestige too, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you still have something to prove. At the same time, if you look on our website, there's about 68 teams right now. And so for them to even still go all the way to the end and get third place is incredibly impressive. And so, they're still battling it out today for bragging rights still.
Yeah, that's a good point. Third out of 68, that is a heck of an accomplishment, especially in this season. Todd, we've talked about it. Season 10 has been just fantastic in terms of gameplay and watching.
It's been fantastic and chaotic. A lot of meta changes with the little bit of a turbulent rollout of the new update. As for a relatively newer developer, you're going to have hiccups with the updates. And I think we as a community were already pretty battened down for that with previous ones. Granted, we had to go without Tanker for a while, where we're still without Smokes, still without C4s, stuff that has been a part of the meta in Season 9. And you are going to 100% see at least a Smoke or a C4 see that being used in a match every round. But nowadays, we don't have that anymore. So teams have had to really readjust the thinking about how they approach this game, and it's been chaotic, but some beautiful plays have come out of it.
Well, and just to add to that too, the big thing though that has changed for me though was seeing the Volk drone and how much that came into play. That was a game changer to where if you don't find that drone, they're able to give out so much information on the offensive team attacking. And yesterday, especially with Mayhem and beginners, you saw how much that came into effect, especially on Quarantine.
It was nuts. Every map you had drones getting brought out. It was a frequent appearance, and we're definitely going to have to keep our eyes peeled for any sort of sniping drone usage today in the Mayhem versus Boss Fight, because when we talk about the Boss Fight team, you gotta talk about Lonely Viper and the sniper. He has been so good on these long range maps, Todd. Sniping's not easy, right?
Oh no, it is definitely not. I've used the sniper nowadays all the time, and I never thought I'd be one of those. But using a blatant plug here, using a pro tube has definitely helped my skill out here a lot. But it's also about being able to line those up, be able to predict where the bullet travel time is modeled in this game as well. It's not a shoot and it's immediately there. You have to account for that. There's a lot of thinking that goes involved when every time you take one of those shots, and Viper's just one of those people who has that just built into his mind, and he's able to execute it perfectly.
Silent, are you a fan of the sniper yourself? I think it's something that we should point out, especially in the pre-show. A lot of all these mechanics are physical. The beauty of VR, the beauty of Onward is what it brings to the table in terms of its uniqueness. The act of having to aim your gun, the act of having to stabilize, the act of having to throw a nade. Sniping takes a lot of practice.
Yes, it really does. And when I was a part of Animal House, before Lipinski got brought on, I was the sniper. And oh my gosh, it is just so technical, especially when you're starting to get into these higher ranked and higher magnitude matches. Your heart is pounding. And you see someone in a window, 200 yards away, and you have to make that shot. It really gets difficult. But Lonely Viper does it with just such prestigeness that I really think his Deadpool outfit helps out and really helps his bullet travel more straight so that he's able to hit those shots.
Yeah, there's something about keeping your body in a full body suit that maybe aids to the stability of the aiming. What do you think about that theory, Todd?
Well, just to elaborate a bit, for those of you who are not familiar with Viper, he's a major Onward and VR Twitch content creator, but he also does everything in a Deadpool outfit. So everything gets a little hot under that
suit. So much. It's not a Deadpool outfit. It's a costume.
It's a costume.
Viper, I know. It's not Deadpool. Guys. Now he's gonna be mad at you. You've gone and done it.
Oh, he could be mad at me. He could be mad at me, not silent. It's just me because I said it. I said it. We were talking about, snipers. At least if we call out Viper,
Sure.
he's a very well-known sniper because he also is a content creator and he
Right.
does all the videos with that. But Mayhem also have a lot of great snipers on their side as well. Defilade in particular was putting out some great shots yesterday against the beginners and giving them something to think about.
Yeah, and that's kind of the beauty of some of these longer range maps, and it makes you wonder what we're going to see in the map pool today. This is a best of 3 for the bronze match, so there are going to be bans. So Downfall could be taken off the table. I mean, I don't know, Silent, seeing how they played, do you anticipate that they'll get rid of Downfall against Boss Fight?
Well, and the tough part is with that, I do think both Boss Fight and Mayhem are, extremely proficient at Downfall. And so it would be really interesting to see if one or the other did ban it. But at the same time, I do think for sure we're going to be seeing a quarantine. Both those teams are just incredibly gifted on running that map. And it'll be interesting to see what Boss Fight especially can do on that. And if they can get a win on today, if they do play that map.
Yeah, that is very true. Quarantine, a bit of a wild card map almost in some extents, where I guess Downfall is going to be that way too in this matchup, where both teams are just good on it. If they go up against each other on that map, we're going to get a good back and forth. That's just going to be the case, and that's, the beauty of these the championship series. You're guaranteed, no matter where you're at in the semis, the bronze, the finals, it's going to be really good onward action. These are the cream of the crop. Mayhem's ranked second worldwide, so a lot to hold up to, and I'm kind of curious how you think Boss Fight's going to approach Mayhem. Todd, do you think they're going to throw out some sort of? Do you think they're going to go for caps? We didn't really see I don't think we saw any caps attempts in the semifinals.
Well, I think Boss Fight definitely had a bit of a wake-up call with the last game, losing to the
Challenger
wild card, the Challenger Cup winner, which is something that we haven't seen before. So huge congrats to Aimless Gaming on that respect.
Right.
Boss Fight is not an easy team to beat, but I feel like that wasn't 100% Boss Fight we were seeing there. Obviously, they're down Radar Head.
Right.
As far as I know, at least from yesterday, I don't know if he's back, but
I don't think he's given up on his vacation.
Radar is just I think you were mentioning this yesterday as well. Radar is just one of those people that is the glue in the team. And when you don't have that glue, it's a little hard to kind of keep everyone in focus, keep them focused on the objective, and that is to win. Sometimes you get those little things that you felt like you did wrong. They add up and they kind of weigh the team down. It's to just clear those off, go at this like you normally would, treat it like a normal game, and just dominate like you normally would. So we'll see how they do it, if they could somehow remesh together and form a new Boss Fight and maybe be able to clinch left seat on the podium.
No, that's a good point. There definitely was a lot of little mistakes that led to Boss Fight losing rounds yesterday. It's something they definitely need to clean up today. And Silent, these teams, they're top of the top. They're doing their homework. The odds that they went back and watched all of the matches from last night are very high. I'm sure, right?
Well, yeah, and the biggest thing too is, especially with these top teams, I can only imagine how many hours they have put into this game alone.
Yeah.
Because I know some people are starting to hit up to 2,500 to 3,000 hours, and and you can tell it shows with these guys that they've put the time together, but most of all with each other as a team, because that's the biggest thing that makes your difference in the league is how well you can play and coordinate with your team.
I guess I'll just toot the VRML's horn here. It's one of my favorite things about the VRML. You can have anyone that's new to the game, that has just discovered Onward for their first time and they want to play competitively, join in the league and have a good time down in that bronze division. But when you look at all of the leagues, Echo Arena, Pavlov, Onward, when you get to the top, it is a different level of play. These players have put in so much time that, you know, I was seeing in chat yesterday, high level Onward is completely different. And it really is. I mean, the use of drones, the nades, the comms, you have to take it to another level if you want to compete at the tippity top, you know, and we see it happening across the board from new teams too. ALG, granted, they have some veteran members. They are well, I guess they've changed their name over the course of seasons, but a new team this season, and they've managed to go to our finals. You know, so it's possible, if you're watching here, that you could jump in and get good quick and climb that ladder. But it is not easy, because what you're going to see here today is the best of the best, and it definitely shows. I want to get final predictions on today before we cut to a brief intermission, get everything prepped, get everything ready, and then hop into map 1 of our bronze match. I'll start with the man off cam, Silent Knight. Who do you think's coming out in the bronze match? And then I'll get your thoughts on who you think is going to win the whole thing in the finals too, because I don't know if we'll see again until maybe after the finals.
Yeah. So biggest thing though today, just with everything I've seen with the gameplay, how they've played all season, my prediction has to be with Mayhem taking this and going for 3rd place. I've just really liked how they've worked together and grown, and I mean, I'm just impressed by them all around.
Yep. And then who do you think is going to come out beginners versus ALG later today?
I really do think in this case, beginners is going to take it. Overall, they just have the veteran experience here.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, ALG's amazing with their game, and they've come a long way. Is it enough to actually take 1st place? I don't think so at this point, but I still think we're going to get a very high level gameplay from them today.
Yep, agree with you there. Todd, your predictions?
It's a little hard. I feel bad for calling Viper's suit a Deadpool one, so I'll just go with boss fight to make amends here, so I don't have to deal with that wrath. I do have a lot of friends and colleagues from the VRML here on Mayhem, Theta, Monitor. It's like half the VRML now is Mayhem. I don't know what's going on with the hiring process, but we need to stop.
They all like to cast.
James
okay,
is a moderator.
They all like to cast. You know, I mean, the same way with Globo too. You know, Thunder being a mod as well. It's the players that play at the top. They love the community the most, so they want to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's really awesome to have a good group of people like Mayhem being so active in the face end of this whole production that we do, and shed their insights into this as well. So I'm gonna have to vote for boss fight in this one. I want to see them make the comeback, but it doesn't mean that I would not be happy to see Mayhem take the win as well.
Okay, and your finals prediction, beginners ALG.
Also a tough one. ALG have just been on fire, but they have a very chaotic play style, and beginners, they like to slow it down a little bit, but then again, they proved me wrong yesterday as well. They brought the different play styles in as well, so I'm a little torn on this one. The part of me, the veteran player in me, wants to say beginners, because that's the way it always been. It's either been beginners or global cam, but I would not be disappointed to see a new face on the top.
It's a good point. I guess I can't go too long, but beginners I don't think ever ran the clock out of time, and Mayhem did several times last series. The change in narrative we did not address in that cast because it didn't even occur to me. But NA now maybe has to be called the slow playing squad, while EU is getting fast. Anyway, a debate as old as time. I'll put out my predictions. I think Mayhem are going to come out on top. Being down radar is tough for boss fight, it seems, and maybe they can get it together here, but it's not going to be an easy task. Mayhem have been playing very good. And for my finals prediction, I'm going to save it for the net finals pre-show, because I'm going to be there. I'm going to be throwing the prediction down. Okay, I'll be there with Sleepy and Noman. I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it for then, so that everyone has to come back and tune in, okay? As a reminder, we do have a matchup after this. This is the bronze match for 3rd place. after this, we have the finals, the crowning of our season 10 champion. It is a hype day today. It is the Sunday of Sundays for Onward. We're going to cut to a brief intermission while we sort out everything, hop into lobby, get ready for our first game of the day. Hang out, have a little break, get a little cup of coffee, and get ready for the action. We will be right back with more VRML.
Hello and welcome to the Onward VRML, and we are here to see the finals, at least who will get the bottom seat of the finals. My name is TFH, and I am joined by my good friend and co-host, Silent Knight. How are you doing, man?
So far, so good. I'm excited to see what we have. Now, we do officially also have the bands in, and it looks like our first map is going to be Subway. So excited to see what that's going to bring.
Yeah, Subway has definitely been a staple of competitive play, at least as of recent, with all the updates that we've had. A couple updates ago, I forget exactly what version number it was, but it's been out long enough that it's been reloved and relearned by the entirety of the league, and nowadays it's almost expected that a lot of teams play it nowadays. But Silent, you were talking about those bans earlier. Why don't we go over those really quick?
Yeah, so first off, it looks like Mayhem banned Downfall, which I thought was a very interesting choice of theirs. And then Boss Fight, though, banned Cargo. So just, one of the biggest maps banned, and then one of the smallest maps also banned. So interesting choices here.
Yeah, I guess Mayhem are not really so fond of the sniping in the end that we were talking about in the pre-show. Definitely go ahead and give that a watch, because we talked about a lot of good predictions and whatnot, gameplay related stuff beforehand that may help you in watching all these great Onward games that we have coming to you today. We have this is the match to decide third place, and then after this we have Nightfire, Sleepy, and Noman bringing us the final ALG versus Beginners. And without further ado, we'll bring you this match right here as the beepers go off. And it's time for Onward, and we're going to have a very chaotic objective to start this one off.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. But it looks like, though, Boss Fight is going to be on the defensive side. They will be playing Volk while Mayhem attacks. Now, this is the North objective, though, which is honestly probably the highest and most capable objective on this map. So it'll be really interesting to see if Mayhem can possibly come out and start strong with 2 points up.
It looks like that we're going to have a bit of a push on the north side. Not a 5-man push, but plenty of variation just in case of a rapid change of plans if necessary. A bit of nade goes off from the Boss Fight side. Modern Kid is able to trade with Legel around the corner there. Potato Bot just hanging out, waiting for any kind of aggression with the utility to at least taper off just a little bit. He tosses some of his own, but it goes outside of the map and out of bounds. Potato Bot is now pre-firing down the stairwell there, trying to keep the enemy down and under cover, but a grenade lands right beside him, and it's perfectly timed. That's going to be a great nade from the Lonely Viper. Now it's all to James Spoke if he wants to try to keep on pushing on this front side here.
And a beautiful nade, though, from James over the edge of the wall and spot on. Does not get much better than that.
That is some easy cleaning there with a second nade coming out from him. He is just on fire with those nades. An easy path has been opened up on the north side. He can now radio that out and maybe allow for the remaining 2 members of Mayhem to work their way on in through the middle level.
Well, and it was interesting to see just how much those nades really came into effect. I mean, we saw, 4 nades thrown in that little skirmish, and we saw 3 kills come from it. Just insane right there. And it looks like Theta just took out Scooby-Doo. There is 1 left on objective to fight 3 of the Mayhem members. So it's not looking good for UC Def, but he is not giving up just yet.
Yeah, especially in finals, it's all out, but he goes all out, and Theta picks that one up. Mayhem are going to start this one off with an easy win.
So yeah, again, though, I do think a big thing that came to that was just the placement of the nades that gave them some big, momentum there, especially getting 2 of the Boss Fight members down at the stairs to help secure that round 1 win for Mayhem.
Yeah, and the nades were definitely a huge factor on this objective, as you were saying before. Also, just the placement, the way how Mayhem shifted. Level in order to kind of put UC Death into a really weird position where he didn't know where the cap was going to potentially come from. So UC Death does what is really just the best thing to do in that situation, is to go out there, fight it out, or get shot, but don't let that cap come through.
Well, and especially on, the side that he ran around to check the corner, it is so easy to just move in slowly to where you're not heard, hide in the corner, and be able to cap. And so for him to peek around that corner just to maybe try to get a pick while someone was moving and to stop the cap was a smart move on his part. Boss Fight is only down a point. It's the first round, and now they have a chance to come back and take it. Like I said in the beginning, this is one of the highest capped objectives and one of the best ones to attack. So it'll be interesting to see what Boss Fight will do to respond to this round 1 loss.
Well, really quickly, while we have a moment, let's go over the rosters. On the Mayhem side, we have Wookie, James Boke, Potato Bot, Theta, and Monarchid. Meanwhile, representing Boss Fight, we have Scooby-Doo, UC Death, Legel, 35, and the Lonely Viper. Popping into round 2 now, same objective, but different teams attacking it this time. Boss Fight will have their chance to shine and try to get a cap and maybe try to get themselves a lead if possible, but we'll have to, looks like there's a false start actually on that start. Yep, there it is. They decided that they weren't exactly ready, and they stopped the timer right at the last second.
They're just trying to throw off the casters, that's all, you know?
Yeah, it's always about us. It's always trying to mess with us and whatnot, even in finals. But Lonely Viper will be repping that shield. He seems to do so well on that, along with the sniping, as we were talking about in that pre-show as well. I think we kind of glossed over that bit, especially after the shield pretty much got nerfed. It's surprising to see people still run with it.
Well, and I mean, Viper is just so efficient with it. It's very easy to, you know, just want to use it. And at the same time, it does look like Potato Bot's going to be the only one pushing forward on this, while we have a few more of the Boss Fight members pushing in. Potato Bot might have gotten flashed there, but here comes another flash and a nade, a little bit long, but a really good nade coming in. Not hitting the mark, though, as Scooby-Doo and Viper are trying to place around and peek to get Potato Bot.
The last second dodge from Potato Bot allows him to fight another day. Lonely Viper peeks out. He lobs some utility right at Potato Bot, and it lands on target.
Insta-kill.
No resurrection necessary. Another nade comes out from James Smoke. That one lands a little too early. The shield will save Viper's life in that round. Viper is repping shield pistol flashlight combo, which is very interesting, but with the new night vision update, it makes sense in the end. But then it's a little bit more challenging to use the flashlight since it gives you an AoE to point at. Another nade gets launched at Viper. He dodges that one with the shield again. UC Death backing up Viper this time. He's able to give Viper a little bit of time to go collect some more utility so he can lob it down there and maybe try to tenderize that defense of Mayhem down there. They're only down one member. James Bogue is able to find Scooby-Doo with that AK-12. That's going to ease up Mayhem's north side push there. We're still waiting on Theta to try to identify Legel down in the middle level, I should say. But nothing's really happening down there as of yet.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, we still do have some north pressure coming in. It looks like Legel is trying to move his way up slowly but surely, while Mono Child's actually on the top floor.
Yeah, Monarchid has got a really good flank going on here. He's really occupying 35 on UC Death, team kills. And that is not what you want to be doing if you are Boss Fight. Legel is able to find Theta. UC Death is finally able to get Monarchid. Mayhem is now down to one person, but a team kill in that's going to really shake up the camaraderie.
Well, and you got to be really careful now because Wookie is the last man standing in the same spot as UC Death, so that's going to be a kind of predicament there. You don't want to really move in and peek out recklessly, especially with Lonely Viper moving up with the shield. Here comes a nade. It's spot on.
A good way to end that round. The nade toss was spot on. There was nothing that Wookie could do about it. Boss Fight will answer back with a point of their own.
Yeah, man, and I think at this point we have a match. I mean, we've had some very intense first 2 rounds here, and it's been really fun to see what they've been able to do. I mean, how many nades have we had at this point? Probably, what, 8?
I think everyone's held a nade at this point, but they've all been giving them to James, at least on the Mayhem side.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's just really fun to see how big of a game changer that was for both sides. They each had some really spot-on nade kills and just were able to both secure a point as we see what's going to be happening now. We are changing objectives, and so it'll be fun to see what Mayhem does to try to keep that momentum going on the Marsoc side.
Yeah, this is a completely different objective now. Like you were saying before, the changes come in, and now we're going from what was a really accessible objective before to a objective that you have to cover a lot of ground to get to. It's the basement objective. I'm sorry, no, what am I saying? It's the flipping market objective. It's still a lot of ground to cover, but it's a completely different playstyle compared to any of the downstairs objectives.
Yeah, exactly. And the nice part about this one is it's completely dark. And so this is when night vision especially becomes essential because the Volk are wearing all black. And so to see what kind of corners they're able to tuck into makes it so hard for them to be able to be seen. And so a lot of the times you might, if you're not careful, you're going to be caught out, and you can really get into some trouble and get some big teammates killed right off the bat if you are not, careful in that regard.
Yeah, the team killing has been throwing off boss fight a little bit. They're still making some small mistakes that they were making yesterday still, so that they're still yet to get in their element. But, it's the first match of the day. There's time for them to kind of get it all sorted out. But we're just going to hop into this next round here and see how they defend. They've done pretty good defenses before, but Subway kind of has a bit of a Marsoc advantage, at least on that previous objective. So maybe this is their chance to shine and show Mayhem what they're really worth.
Yeah, and I've seen Boss Fight play this defensive objective a couple of times now, and they've actually done a really good job at holding this one down. So I'm really curious to see what they're going to do. Lonely Viper did come out right off the bat, did some pre-firing, narrowly missing the mark.
Monarch also is pushing up hard too. He tried to identify Viper's position, but Viper's just too quick. Scooby-Doo is able to find Potato Bot along that north side. And that's going to give James something to think about if he wants to try to attack that side. But at least it gives James a little bit of intel, judged by where those gunshots are.
Yeah, exactly. And Scooby-Doo did a really good job holding that angle, being able to get the pick off. No refrag in that case, and so Mayhem is down one man, and James is kind of stuck in a little bit of a predicament here. You're hearing the shots, but he doesn't quite know exactly where Scooby-Doo might be, and to peek around that corner is almost a death sentence at this point. And so it's going to be interesting to see if James just sits there for a while, tries to think about what to do, or if he goes for the full-on rotation. But right now, he is just sitting and waiting.
A white tiled backdrop and full military jungle camo. It just does not work. It makes you so visible, and it's so easy. It would be so easy for Scooby-Doo to see James if he does choose to peek here, but Scooby-Doo is getting really aggressive here. It's going to be a peeker's advantage game now. Scooby-Doo's out in the open, and James Bogue is going to be able to capitalize on that attack there. Now James Bogue has an entire north side alley at his disposal if he wants to try to attack this objective.
And that's powerful, okay? That's a big win for Mayhem right there. It's an even game now at 4v4. Now 35 at the same time. In the other alley has Theta coming in nice and careful. They're both trying to move up and check their angles. 35 is in a pretty predictable spot, but it is still a very tough angle to hit.
Yeah, UC Death is also watching James Bogue's position. He knows exactly where that's coming from. 35 is able to trade with Theta, but that res will come out, and I'm pretty sure they're going to confirm 35 at some point if they're able to get down there, but no! UC Death is going to be able to find Theta just after he got the res. Monarch is now going to sweep around, try to find that pick, and he does. So now he's able to reap the benefits of trying to take down 35 if he can land the shots. No, he can't. Lonely Viper's coming around from the backside. He's able to find Monarch. Boss Fight and Mayhem are both too strong with only one resable on the boss fight side. That is 35. Ledge will try to go for the res. James Bogue comes in and punishes, so now they know that that north side is currently occupied by the Mayhem co-captain. Drone goes down there from a nade. And now Lonely Viper. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and it looks like Wookie, though, right now is just kind of tucked in the corner. James is going to be able to get some callouts, and wow, Wookie coming around the corner to get that final kill. Good read on Wookie's part right there.
Yeah, the refrags were definitely a huge element in this play here. We saw people, getting picks, but they weren't rotating as quickly as they should, and that allowed for Boss Fight in this case to really get around Mayhem. And if it wasn't for Wookie at the end there, that could have been very much a Boss Fight round. But yeah, Wookie with that final rotation to the south side of the objective entrance to kind of capitalize on that boss fight chaos was huge in getting that round.
Well, and I mean, you got to give some credit also to Lonely Viper, especially how he was able to read that round and get behind the Marsoc players and get a kill. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to capitalize it on a little bit more, but I mean, at the same time, he still did a lot of work. I mean, Lonely Viper right now is at 5 kills. At the same time, though, James is at 5 as well. And so both of these players on each side have really, made a big dent on this. And right now we see Mayhem being up. It's really interesting, though, because every single win has been a Marsoc win here. So is Mayhem going to be able to defend and go up to a 3-1 advantage here?
It's going to be a tough objective to do that on, but I think if there's any that Mayhem could capitalize on, especially with the camaraderie that they demonstrated yesterday, I think this would be one of those objectives. We see a lot of teams, at least in previous metas, where they would just bum rush through the middle catwalk before, but now with the smokes being removed, it isn't exactly as viable a strat is what I want to say there. But you could still get something similar on Subway. It's very lanular. You can kind of throw everything on a lane and get a good result out of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very crucial round for Boss Fight, though. They do not want to get into the 3-1 deficit here. They need to attack, and they need to make sure that they are able to make it tied up again at 2-2.
Spawn box is lifted. Mayhem are now assuming their positions to which they want to defend from. Looks like they're going to try to cover all lanes, just like any kind of vanilla onward strat you would find on this one. Plenty of pre-fire coming in from the Boss Fight side. Scooby-Doo in particular is pre-firing down the catwalk side as he tries to open up that and maybe give Mayhem in this case a little bit of something to think about.
Yeah, and I really like the difference, though, on how we're seeing these defenses and attacks change so much. Right now, I mean, Boss Fight, they had a person watching the north stairs. Here, though, with Mayhem, though, no one is doing that. But Boss Fight is coming in and attacking 4 from the south stairs and 1 from the upper stairs. And, I mean, it's just going to be really interesting to see what's going to be happening here. James is the only one really watching the north stairs somewhat. But, I mean, really, everyone is coming from the south.
Yeah, it's a very hard push, south push from Boss Fight here, being led by Lonely Viper with that shield the way it should be. Use him as intel, let him kind of be the tank or the distraction, let him draw all the fire, and then let the rest of the team do all the dirty work if you need to. Or give Viper a nade. He's been really good with those too. I think both of these teams have actually been really on point with their nade placements, just that no one was there to receive them at times.
Well, and at the same time, especially as a shield player, you're trying to paint a picture for the rest of your team. You're trying to let them know this is where people are defensively. And if people are starting to fire at the shield player, you're just telling them exactly where they are. I mean, you're hoping to get a shot around the shield to hit an arm, to hit a leg. But it is so difficult to do, especially with someone who is, skilled with that. And so here we are. We're just having someone be nice and patient. No reckless peeking here against 3 of the Boss Fight players.
Monarchid is waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. He's got most of Boss Fight down his alley here, literally, as Viper begins to kind of still creep his way on up. The nade placement is almost perfect, but the trash can saves Monarchid's life. He doesn't even flinch. Lonely Viper is now trying to clear all of his angles. He thinks that if there was someone there, he would have died, but he doesn't know that his nade placement was just a foot off at most.
And the tough part is when you do have a nade just like that, you think that, hey, that was spot on. And oh my gosh, that nade from James, how did he do that? That was some practice there. Here comes another one. Not confirming.
Yeah, I was trying to be confirming, but now all hell is breaking loose. UC Death is pre-firing into Monarchid's position. James launches another one and finds one. James Boat gets taken down by 35. I think a lot more happened there, but Monarchid was able to find another one. Now we're down into a 1v4, all within that firefight.
And again, another example of how crucial nades have been, especially in this match. I mean, that was an amazing nade from James there. I cannot imagine just how long he probably spent practicing that throw. And a really good patience play on there too. They were able to get 4 of the Boss Fight members with only losing 1. And so just really good play right there. And now we have Monarchid taking the shield to get some good peeks. And Legil is in a very uphill battle.
And what's funny is knowing Monarchid, on a personal level, he hates the shield with a passion. So it's kind of funny to see him actually take it. Just shows you how competitive these people are. He knows that he's not his favorite weapon or loadout in the world, but he's still taking it just to be able to do that. Legil peeks around, but he's too late. Monarchid already had his sights on him. Mayhem are just running away with this right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been super impressed on what Mayhem has done. I mean, watching them play yesterday on this map, it's no surprise that they've been able to just dominate this map so far. on today. And so I'm really curious on what Boss Fight's going to do to try to bounce back from this, but at the same time, next map, they're going to be able to pick it. They're going to be able to go and, show what they're able to do on their map choice. And right now, it looks like it's going to be a little bit needed.
Yeah, and to be able to have that map pick and be able to kind of go through that mental reset of being like, okay, first round wasn't our greatest. Let's get to somewhere where we're more comfortable, and we've already assessed how they're playing. Maybe we could choose a map that won't play to their style as well. From what I've seen so far, like Mayhem have been really good with the grenades, but aside from that, they've been pretty vanilla. They haven't been using any kind of crazy strategy or anything like that. They've just been on point with their grenades. They've been peeking properly. They've been looking in the right spots to get those refrags whenever needed be, and they've been holding their angles. They haven't been pushing out too far. They haven't been trying to do these wacky rotations. They've been staying put, holding great angles, and just staying at those angles where they can see the objective until either they die or the enemy team dies.
Well, and I mean, I think it just goes to show too that is Mayhem adjusting to the meta. They say, hey, there are no smokes. There's, you can use flashes and nades and stuff. And they're like, okay, cool. We can use nades. So let's figure out what kind of throws, what kind of placements we can do to best capitalize on this new meta. And so, I mean, you saw how crucial that nade over an entire wall was able to be on getting Viper, their shield player, and one more player downed. And it just changed the entire round in Mayhem's favor.
Hopping into what could be the last round for... Oh, that's a reset. All that hype gone to waste right there. All right.
So, yeah, looks like, though, we are going to be getting a slight reset. Still, everyone is in the room, and we are good to go. So we should be restarting here momentarily. And I mean, right now, though, Boss Fight is going to be needing to do a little bit more to get back into this. Now, I don't want to count them out, though. They are still one of those teams who we have seen some pretty impressive comebacks.
Yeah, I don't want to count Boss Fight out for this just yet. It's only map 1. They're just getting back into this. It's a little bit later in the day for them. They're a European team, but it's map 1. A lot can happen. This is why we have 3 maps in these games, just to, everyone has a bad map every once in a while. It happens, but the best stories in VRML come from the bounce backs.
Yeah, and I mean, I won't even say that, Boss Fight is technically even having a bad map. I think that they are playing well. It's just that Mayhem has been able to gain the advantage in some regards. And in this case, Wookie right now is running straight down the stairs. He might run into Scooby.
Scooby's on a different level.
Oh, he's on a different level. Never mind. But Wookie still was able to get on a good position. He does look like have 2 people that he needs to worry about on that first floor as we are playing the basement objective. So...
And we do have a lot of people on the Mayhem side on that bottom floor. They went through the spawn tunnel, and that's a very interesting approach. I'm personally not a fan of it because I don't really like bottlenecks, especially when I'm on Marsoc, because then you're just guaranteed to meet the enemy there, and they're going to be all tucked in while you have to walk through and you have to be untucked. So it's just you kind of lose that little bit of an advantage you can have while on Marsoc to hold a good position, wait for the enemy to rotate, but not that that's going to make a big difference against Mayhem when the round does swap. But for Boss Fight, they do like to move around quite a bit when they're on their defense.
Well, and at the same time, especially with this objective, like you said, it is such a choke point. So you do want to be a little bit more tucked in, let the Marsoc come to you, and see on what you can do to take the advantage, because this is such a difficult objective.
Nade from Scooby finds 1, but Modern Kid's able to get that refrag in there and a res. So
but Lonely Viper's coming around, pre-firing, trying to get that in. It looks like they still will get the revive on Potato Bot. Oh, another one taken out from Boss Fight.
Yeah, Legend's able to find Theta there. Lonely Viper isn't getting as aggressive if you want to find that pick. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Wookie's going to be able to find that pick as well. The res does come out onto Potato Bot. Now Mayhem are 4 strong. Boss Fight are down 1 man from that. 3 strong.
And I mean, that was just a really good peek around from Wookie right there. He was able to hear the fire from Boss Fight, and then he was able to read the field well enough to where he was able to come around, get the confirm on Viper. It does look like he did just fall, but he did get the trade, which was another crucial thing that he needed to do. I mean, he's really become kind of a good playmaker for this round.
Oh, Death is going to capitalize on this, get that easy kill in, so Wookie cannot be red. Now we're down to 2v3 after that trade that we just saw. Potato Bot comes out of the tunnel, checking all of his angles, making sure it's very tactical and whatnot. His little area is now secure, a good operating base to work toward the objective without having to worry about your behind.
Yeah, but I mean, Boss Fight still doing a 2v3 on this case isn't that difficult to do on this kind of objective. UC Death right now is playing it right. He's tucked in. He's not giving away his position just yet. He's waiting for the right moment, comes around and pre-fires. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to hit his mark, and now Potato Bot knows right where he is and is fixated in, and he has a lot of bullets to be able to spare for this.
Yeah, that 249 belt-fed box magazine is so nice when you don't have to worry about reloading. Unfortunately, it has a little bit of an accuracy trade-off whenever you get on maps like Downfall, but on Subway, it's not a problem at all. It's actually recommended, at least from my point of view. Oh, the rotation of Potato Bot was wrong. UC Death is able to capitalize on that. Now, Monarchid's the only one operating out of the base, but he's trying to give instructions over to James and at least paint him a picture of what's going on with his defense here.
Yeah, and I did think that was an interesting choice. I mean, he was pre-firing and he was locking in both of the players, defensive players, in their positions. But then right when he decided to run, it was tough to see. Now it looks like UC Death did fall, and it is a 2v1 right here as a good nade comes out, but barely misses the mark. 35 now has a good idea of where people might be, but he needs to be careful here.
He just rotated to a pretty decent spot. It definitely is a little exposed if Monarchid continues his approach along the tracks. James Boak is now rotating along. This is going to put the pinch on 35 here. This could easily be the map for Mayhem here if this gets executed properly, but it all depends on Monarchid and James approaching at the same time and pinching 35 at exactly the same time.
Well, and the tough part is someone on Marsoc, they are moving in pretty quick. 35. He shot, and James is going to be running down, but he might be a little bit too loud on that.
James
no, but he's not.
Yeah, he's able to clean that one up, and that's going to be map 1 for Mayhem as they're able to secure their subway routes and get that instant, or get 1 map out of 3 out of the way.
Yeah, and just, I mean, really good job on that. Mayhem coming out on a pretty intense map, going to 4-1, and so it's going to be interesting to see what they are going to do on this next map for Boss Fight, but Mayhem is 1 step closer on taking that third place mark for Season 10.
Yeah, we have to wait and see what map 2 is going to be. Reminder, our bans for today are Cargo and Downfall, so that, you know, and I don't normally see this from Mayhem, but we could see Mayhem on Suburbia today, which is not normal because Mayhem is like SMC where they have a map that they usually ban, and it is Suburbia, so it'd be really fresh to see them on a new map and kind of see how they play their strategy on a map like that.
Yep, so it's going to be interesting, but it does look like Boss Fight, we are moving over to Quarantine, so we might not see some Suburbia, but we'll see what happens. This is going to be a pretty good Boss Fight map. We did see them, though, make some pretty big mistakes yesterday on this map, especially on their approaching on the objective. At the same time, though, they did have a lot of time to review the footage, make the adjustments, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to capitalize on that this time around.
Yeah, I think moving over to a long-range map is going to be huge for Boss Fight because we can't express this enough. Viper is an excellent sniper. This is probably going to be his little playground to work with. But I'm interested to see if Mayhem will rotate in Defilade to kind of counter that with some good sniping of their own. It doesn't look like Potato Bots immediately. Oh, yeah, it does look like they're actually rotating people out. I only see Wookie, Moner, and James. So I think they rotated Theta out and Potato Bot out. So
correct.
Maybe...
So we're going... I'm going to say, I mean, why would you not play Defilade on this map? like, I mean, he is a very good sniper on this map, and he knows some insane angles where he is so hard to get spotted on the map. But he's able to see you. He's able to hit the shots accurately. I'm hoping he's here because that is going to be a very high, response for Boss Fight to have to answer to.
Yeah, I haven't even seen Capitano in a little while either, so I'd be interested if they bring that in as well. But regardless, first objective is going to be, looks like the ambulance objective. Yes, the hospital objective. So this is going to be one heck of an objective to start us off with. It has been such a capping opportunity from all the games that I have casted so far, and I am really, really excited to see how Boss Fight take this. This is their chance to come back here.
Well, and yeah, I mean, there's no reason to count Boss Fight out yet. This is a very strong map for them, and at the same time, especially with this kind of objective, they've had some really fun attacks on this objective as well, and so it's going to be really fun to see what they are able to do. Now, with this hospital, though, the windows in particular do have a couple of different angles that you can move up and peek in. It is pretty dark in there, and so to try to spot some of the Volk members can be a little bit difficult going in. And so it's going to be a matter of, are they going to be able to take out some of the Mayhem members early and be able to capitalize on taking this objective and honestly just getting some momentum back?
Yeah, we got all members in here, and so Potato Bot and okay, so Potato Bot is back. Theta is swapped out for Defilade, like we were saying before, the sniping man himself. And the actual team captain, at least on the website for Mayhem, but we all know James Boak does most of the call-outs when it comes to the captaining role. So I guess they kind of just share the role and let Defilade do all the administrative work. You know, gotta have a good assistant behind your back, take care of the team whenever you're away. But we're gonna hop into the first round on map 2 here very shortly.
Yep, and it looks like we are entering the final countdown. Everyone is spawned in. It is looking good to go, and it'll be fun to see what they can do. Now, with this plane, you're able to, climb up, get some really cheeky angles on this objective, and so it'll be fun to see what they are able to do. Lonely Viper sporting a 12 times right there. Get to see if he can possibly get some picks standing on top of the hill while the rest of his team moves into position.
Viper there took a early shot there with that 12x we were talking about before. Gives away the spawn, so now that gives Mayhem something to work with. You know, kind of get an idea of, okay, this is where they spawned with. This is where they can be, judging by the speed limit of the player.
Well, I mean, and right now, too, you are seeing Monarchid are moving around and rotating because possibly from that Lonely Viper, he knows the objective, and so now he is to the middle of the map, getting a far stronger position, and Boss Fight's going to have no idea.
Yeah, that underground parking garage is such a huge location now. It allows for so many kind of, I don't want branch lanes, I'll call them that, because they're not really major lanes, but like little branch lanes where you can kind of choose to go down a certain path, but kind of throw off the enemy by choosing which path you really go down. So it's a great place for Monarch to kind of station himself in, and it gives him plenty of rotating options that are very safe.
Yep, and right now Scooby-Doo, though, is getting pretty close to some opposition here, but he is just tucked in and waiting for the rest of his team to move in. And, I mean, right now it's been kind of a slower start. There's been some shots fired, but no one has been downed or confirmed, and just kind of playing the patience game here. Yeah,
we're approaching the halfway mark in this round here, and Boss Fight are still setting it up. They're going to play this a little bit slower. They're waiting to get his position, or at least get Viper to a position where he can let the rest of the team move by providing some suppression at least, or maybe be able to pick some people off to free up the rotations just a little bit. But so far, yeah, like you said, it has been a very quiet round for almost burning up half the round time, especially with these smaller round timers.
Ooh, and it looks like Legil did just shoot the Volk drone. He found it on top of hospital roof and was able to take it out. That is a huge gain, though, on that. And so now he is going to be able to move in. I mean, man, that is such a hard spot. I mean, it is literally just probably a couple pixels from his view, and he was able to find it, realize the irregularity, and be able to shoot and capitalize on that. And so now That's huge.
It's hard enough to shoot a man-sized target, let alone a little RC car that is a good distance away. So huge, huge aim there from Legel to be able to negate that kind of visibility. Meanwhile, over by the tank, Scooby-Doo and Monarchy are just neighbors apart here. I think they're very well aware of each other's position, but it's just only a matter of time before something happens along that front.
Yeah, well, right when Scooby-Doo went to the initial wall, and he did get, fortunately, he heard all the movement that Monarchy was making. And so, I mean, he knew he was there. Unfortunately, though, was unable to get the kill. And so Boss Fight is now a man down in the beginning of this match, but a minute and 30 left, or a minute 45 left is all.
Gas station garage.
Minute 45 is not a lot of time on quarantine. Wookie's able to find UC Death as he tried to make his approach. I don't know if we were in first person for that at all, but Wookie said, "Yay, I got a kill." It's congrats, Wookie, you got a kill in finals.
So, but right now, though, Legel's trying to get a good peek. He is carrying what looks like possibly a grenade launcher, which might become a very powerful use here, trying to take out where he knows where Wookie is.
The grenade was actually already used, so he's currently holding dead weight underneath his barrel. Definitely grenades himself. That is not good. That's the first down on Mayhem, and it wasn't even from Boss Fight. It was from Mayhem.
Well, and the tricky part about that is now Boss Fight doesn't know that they're only going against 4 players. They heard the nade explosion. They're unable to confirm it, and so they are possibly still thinking that they're going against 5. So there is a slight advantage, though, for Boss Fight, but their number count is now off.
Well, I'm not really too worried about the number count anymore. There's only 30 seconds remaining in this round for Boss Fight here. We've seen Mayhem run the timer down. I don't think I've seen Boss Fight. James Spoke is able to find Legel as that push comes out there. Lonely Viper's going to throw a nade in response. It's going to land short. It's only a flash anyway, so it wouldn't have done much. Monarchy is able to find 35. Potato Bot's able to find the Lonely Viper, and so now Mayhem will take the first point on this map.
Man, and that was just a very tight defense right there from Mayhem. The only one being lost was Defilade to his own nade. But other than that, there were a lot of shots fired. But, I mean, not a lot of fatalities here in this case on the Mayhem side. So right now, though, Mayhem's been having a pretty dominant play.
Yeah, I think, like I said, Boss Fight has just been having a really hard time with it because Boss Fight have been playing this map slowly as well, and when you have a slow play kind of approach to it, you're looking for the defense to make bad rotations and capitalize on those in order to kind of to pick away at the defense. I'm not going to say you're going to get all the players doing that, but you want to pick away at the defense a little bit in order to be able to kind of make it easier for your approach in. Boss Fight used up almost all of their time doing that, and Mayhem are not a team that are going to rotate. They're going to hold good angles. They're not going to peek until you peek on them. And so I guess I'm just not understanding where they're coming from with the strategy. I can understand the slow play and trying to encircle the objective and try to negate the rotations, but it just doesn't work against the team that just doesn't rotate.
Yeah, well, and the tough part was they sent 2 people to try to take the middle of the map and trying to get past that mid tank. But I mean, they just weren't able to. They lost both players there. And so their, northern approach in this case was completely neutralized. And so they could only come from the south. And you need to have attacking from both angles to try to spread out the defense. And in this case, they just couldn't capitalize on that.
Well, it's a different round, same objective, but different teams occupying it. It's Boss Fight's time to defend, and Mayhem's time to try to see if they can get that 7-digit coded or wipe the team out. Regardless.
Yeah.
Regardless, I think we're going to see the round timers go down because Mayhem have been running round timers as well yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly right there, and it's going to be fun to see. It is the same spawn, and so it'll be interesting to see on what they are going to be doing to be able to attack this. What are they going to be doing different? Right now, though, we do see that Mayhem hasn't had any early shots out. I do really like 35's position right now, especially with 3 people coming around the corner. He's going to need to play the patience game here because he is facing 3 of the Mayhem members. But if he plays it right, he can really get, even 2 kills, possibly all 3, before they're able to refrag him.
Monarch Kid is pushing pretty hard here, but 35 is also pushed out pretty far as well. This is, oh man, it's gonna be a 3v1 here for 35 here very soon. I know he could hear Potato Bot moving by him, but 35 is just holding his angles. I think he's waiting for UC Death to maybe try to support him in this in some fashion or another, but you got to be sweating your hands off if you're 35 right now.
Yeah, no joke. And I mean, at that point, he might just be sitting there just hitting his comms, being like, trying to signal to his people, there's guys around me, need some backup. I mean, because you'll hear the multiple footsteps.
3 clicks, 3 players over the comms, I guess, but maybe Boss Fight have their own way of being able to kind of stealthily radio out what their situation is. But 35 is just hanging out. There isn't much that he needs to do because Mayhem aren't moving around too much. Mayhem are being very talkative right now. So there's a lot of information potential right there. And Scooby-Doo is able to find Potato Bot. That helps 35's situation out a little bit. He's now down to do a 1v2, at least in this little section of the map.
Well, and right now, though, Defilade has gone completely around Lonely Viper, been unspotted, and is moving in on the sandhills. And with his scope, that's going to be incredibly helpful on trying to get some kills. But right now, he doesn't have a scope on. He is actually using night vision to try to see into the hospital, which that's clever.
It's kind of, I remember when the original lighting, I think it was 1.5 came out, and the lighting on Downfall was very bipolar, and you had very dark insides, very light outside. Scooby-Doo finds another. But I was saying, like, we used to bring night vision all the time on the daytime, so we could at least have an idea where people were inside the buildings because the lighting was just so extreme.
Mm-hmm. And those all black uniforms do not help anything out.
Oh no, they do not. It is the most camouflage. Oh, 35 peeks out here. He's trying to find Monarch Kid. Monarch Kid is tucked in behind those concrete barriers. He peeks out. He's able to find 35 there. We're down into a 3v4. Boss Fight with the one-man advantage. Defilade's able to find a Legend. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. The push should be coming in anytime soon. James Smoke is able to find Scooby-Doo with a nice little peek through.
Lonely Viper, though, he's coming in from behind. He got Defilade, though, on the kill, while Defilade checking the tablet, unfortunately, though, and he is moving in strong and picking up Defilade's gun.
The reverse collapse onto objective. Wait for the other team to be focusing on running forward and then running behind them. A very nice little move from Viper, letting himself get flanked and pushing around here. But Monarch Kid's getting very dangerous on the objective right now. He's inside the building. Who knows where he can try to cap from, but UC Death pokes out just in time to be able to negate that. But Monarch Kid could give some juicy call-outs to James.
Yeah, and especially it being a 1v2, this is still a very winnable round, especially on this objective. There is so many angles that you need to cover to stop the cap, and with only 2 left, that can be very difficult to do. James is moving in nice and slow, so if he's quiet enough, he might be able to sneak in and go for the cap. Now, Viper might not allow that, but here comes the nade, or flash. Yep, flash in this case. And they now have an idea of where he's at. He's outside.
Bit of a rock throwing competition here. Lonely Viper is peeking out here. He sees James Smoke, but he has to duck for cover before James can get his gun out. But regardless, he's still able to clean that one up. And Boss Fight will take a defensive round of their own.
Now that was a round that Boss Fight needed, tying it up 1-1. This is going to be a very crucial map, especially since it is their pick on trying to get that win here.
Yeah, now we get to have a completely different objective. Well, it's not completely different. It's the gas station objective. Or no, I'm sorry. I'm messing up all my objectives today. It's the wing objective, the new wing objective. And that one is one you could pretty much hunker down on and just kind of wait. So this is a good one for Mayhem, I think, because it's got a nice little compound where you can kind of centralize all your activities in, find good spots to get peeks in. There's plenty of good buildings outside the compound as well. I think this is going to play really well in the Mayhem's defense.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And the biggest thing, like you did say, though, trying not to get the peaks, especially because there are so many different angles that, you know, the Marsoc can come from and try to get those sniping positions in. And so it's going to be very difficult for Boss Fight to get any advantage on this as long as Mayhem stays tucked in, waits, because Boss Fight has to come to them. especially if they want to try to get a cap on this objective. But like Nightfire said in the beginning of the game, we haven't seen a lot of even attempts for a cap. And so I really do think in this case, Boss Fight might go for the points, but there is some really good cover to where they possibly could get the cap.
If Boss Fight do get the cap here, they'll put themselves on to match point, which would be such a huge lead that, you know, we see a lot of teams out there, and I'm on one of them included, where a lot of the strategy is just go in there, try to get the cap. If you die, that's fine. At least you tried. But the other hand, we have a lot of teams out there where they kind of ignore the fact that there's a satellite dish where you're supposed to enter 7 digits in, and they just try to go for all the kills instead.
Yeah, and I mean, and that can be very different team to team, and it's something that you do really need to keep in mind, because if you are able to get that 2-point cap, it can first off do a huge blow to their momentum, and at the same time also put you up 2 points. And so it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen as Mayhem is trying to figure out the spawn. No one has been spotted just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be the quicker spawn for this particular objective, but this spawn in particular has been notoriously challenging for teams to be able to try to cross the street and find themselves a way to the objective before. So it'll be interesting to see how Boss Fight kind of overcome that problem. Oh, and there's a drone right there underneath the car. That's some great intel for Mayhem there to be able to kind of at least be able to spot the spawn or be able to spot when people are making those crosses, so they could just stay tucked in. They don't even have to peek their pretty little faces out there until they need to get the dirty work done.
Yeah, and that's been like one of the more normal places for the drone to actually be placed is under the cars, especially because they are so difficult to be taken out. We did see one put on top of the hospital, but right now we did see a nade go out towards Wookiee. No connection there, but James was taken out, down but not out. And so they might be able to try to get the refrag, but Wookiee here is going to be having a little bit of work to do if he is not careful. Nade going out. And getting Scooby-Doo downed while he goes for the revive, possibly.
The placement of that nade, I think that is partially because of the drone there. I think the drone saw him through the wall and the crack, and they were able to like, oh, yep, throw the nade there. And boom. That's just well done on the Mayhem side for being able to make it land. Unfortunately, they're not able to fully reap the benefit of that. The res does come out. Scooby-Doo goes for the cross across the street here. He's in a very exposed position. Legend goes in for the covering fire in order to try to distract Mayhem. Scooby-Doo is charging up to the wall here. He's able to find James. Down the rotation has to come from Wookiee and Defilade. He's capping. This could be a cap right here. Wookiee and Defilade are not defending it. Boss Fight go up 3-1.
And just like that, I mean, that is making this now a very cap. Scooby-Doo going for that, and that was a quick cap. Just saying.
That was a very good cap. I remember last year when we saw the Globochem and Beginners come down to the line, and Otto was on objective on this map as well, and it took him a solid minute to get that coded, but Scooby-Doo came into that zone of the capping zone with the calm mindset, was able to just calmly enter those 7 digits like it was nothing.
Yep. Well, and he almost didn't even have to peek around that corner to get the kill of the guy on objective. He almost could have just snuck in and been able to get the cap either way. But, I mean, again, though, a very good read from Scooby-Doo on running across, making the attempt for the cap, and most of all, getting it. So right now, Boss Fight is up 3-1 and has the potential to go up to a 4-1 and going to map 3, which is going to be something that's very exciting to see.
And let's talk about the most elemental mistake that was made by Mayhem here. Wookiee and Defilade were both well within the rotation range to at least peek out and be able to find that pick before the code could have gone in, but they just did not check their tablets. We talk about this, at least whenever I'm with newer players who want to kind of learn the game more. The first thing I tell them is to check your tablet, get that situational awareness. If there are gunshots near you and suddenly one of your friends is not talking to you, check your tablet or rotate.
Well, and at the same time, though, I think you're right about that, but at the same time, they didn't have anyone watching the outside. Usually you try to stick one in the main office, or you try to stick them in the destroyed plane to try to protect that angle. But they had 3 all tied around the objective. So when one of the 3 were taken out, Scooby-Doo was able to stand on the outside of the wall without any opposition and was able to capitalize on that. So now Mayhem, I mean, at the same time, they have a chance for a cap here. They might be trying to go for it, and it's going to be interesting to see on how they are going to be able to respond to this. Boss Fight, though, is defending. All they have to do is hold 1 round out of 3.
Back-to-back caps, I don't know, but let us know what you think in chat. If you are in chat, if you're in venues, just shout it out. You know, let everyone know what you think.
Postpone.
James Boak has already taken a bunch of shots already. Definitely not as quiet of an approach as we saw before. But that should give Boss Fight a little bit of information to work off in order to play their defense out. UC
One
is
down
able to
at
find
ambulance.
definitely. Now we're into a
Confirming.
4v3 here. Remember, this is Boss Fight's to lose here. If they lose this map, which is currently not looking like it, but they want to win this, because if they lose this map, they're going to be 4th place in the season, in this whole tournament that we've got going on here.
Yeah, and at the same time, again, that's the momentum shift that Boss Fight needed to really make a difference. If they could get the cap, then get the defensive win, I mean, you're going to be seeing them coming out swinging on this final map. At the same time, though, they still need to secure that final point. Don't count Mayhem out yet. They are so close to being able to get this win, but Boss Fight is giving them a run for their money here.
Yeah, but Mayhem are currently slowing down the play.
Not
Kind of just finding some good places to hold. They're waiting for Boss Fight to make a bad rotation here and there, and you know they're trying to capitalize on the mistakes that they know Boss Fight are going to make. They probably watched the videos from yesterday and saw all the little errors that Boss Fight were making here and there. You know, especially when it comes to their rotations, and I think that's exactly what they've implemented into their strategy. They're waiting for those bad rotations to come out. They just want to get those picks while they're fresh and easy, so that way they can have an easier time working their way over to the objective.
So, and it's been pretty interesting on seeing what they are able to do. They have been able to, Mayhem's been able to get 2 people rotating extremely wide on trying to get coming in from a different angle. At the same time, though, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Lonely Viper is crouched down and waiting, and Potato Bot, though, is able to get 35 and get that 1-man advantage as we go into a 4v4.
Yeah, it's still pretty even here. We've just gone past the halfway mark of the round. And Mayhem haven't really pushed further up than where we were at the start. They're just still trying to look for picks. They don't feel confident enough to try to charge into the objective and maybe try to take it by force. But there's also a lot of spread on the Boss Fight side. So I think Mayhem are very conscious about the fact that Boss Fight like to spread their defense about. They're not really an on-objective kind of team. They like to watch the lanes. They like to make sure no one's making really well. They try to capitalize on people trying to make really exposed crosses.
Well, and at the same time, with how far away Lonely Viper was for a little bit, if one of the sides, you know, completely crashes on the defense, that's going to be a very difficult thing. Now, it looks like Legel did just get taken out. He threw a flash, and I think that pin pull gave away his position as Potato Bot was able to capitalize on that. But going back to my point, if you are too far away from the objective and half of your defense gets taken out, you're giving the offense plenty of time to try to move out. And so that's going to be a, you know, checking your tablet, making sure that you have the proper coverage you need for the objective.
Viper is creeping his way on up by Wookie right now. He's got a lot of hostiles around him.
Killed one north.
And
There's
he's just
another
being
one
as
still north.
quiet as a ninja right now. As Wookie almost exposed himself.
Yeah, but
Viper is very conscious about this. Wookie is just making as much noise as he possibly can. I think he might have been trying to cover. Oh, Nate comes out there. Viper now charges out here. Wookie should be able to hear this one. He's able to get that confirm in. And that's going to give Boss Fight a pretty substantial advantage here as we go into the 2v1. It is now all up to Potato Bot here, who's still on that hospital roof.
Well, and at the same time, still only 35 seconds left, and Legel's call out Potato Bot once he sees him.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he did have enough time to do that, though, but Potato Bot had to shoot him, so now his position is known regardless. He's just making a sprint for it. He's going to be trying to get onto objective. 19 seconds left, and he's sneaking around the corner.
Oh, UC Death is not in a perfect place to stop the cap, but regardless, that's not what's going through Potato Bot's mind. He just wants to shut it down here and there. He finds UC Death, and Mayhem get a second point.
I was kind of surprised about that peek around. I'm wondering if he wasn't comfortable enough to try to go for the objective, because if he did go prone, he had the advantage, but he probably didn't know how many people were left. And so he went for the safe play, peeking around the corner where he knew someone was at, pre-firing it, and it happened to turn into a round win.
Yeah, coming from Potato Bot's perspective, let's envision this from his perspective. He's charging along, he sees the objective, he's thinking cap, and then he notices the peripheral. I don't know what headset he's on, but headset peripheral technology is advanced substantially. So I think he sees out of his peripheral vision a Volk soldier right there taking some shots at him. He's able to get into cover, and he could go for cap. That probably did go through his mind. But when you know that someone knows you're there, you don't have that much of a time frame to be able to memorize and enter 7 digits on the objective end. So I think that was the proper play to do there. Instead of letting Boss Fight take away the map, he just got the 1 point, and Mayhem can fight it out another day. They'll happily do that. These guys love this game, and they will fight it as long as they need to.
Yeah, and I think you're right about that. And at the same time, if kills right now, I mean, Potato Bot has 6 kills and 1 death. Now that's impressive, especially for 4 rounds being played. At the same time, though, Scooby-Doo getting 5 kills, 3 deaths, and UC Death getting 4 kills as well. So I mean, we've had some very good playmakers this time, but so far Potato Bot has been a pretty good answer for the Mayhem side.
Yeah, he's just been on fire this map, and I'm pretty sure Mayhem will thank him for that. Yeah, there's the beepers. They're messing with us today, I swear. I know it's not the finals, but come on. You gotta have some level of seriousness here, people.
So, and it's going to be interesting to see how this objective ends up playing out, as we are going to the opposite end of the map. And I mean, this is the tough part, because you do need to cross the street a couple of ways. You are able to go up the center now under the carport and try to get some good angles there. But I mean, this is just a completely difficult objective to be able to attack. Now, Boss Fight does need to get still 1 more point to stay into this match, and it'll be interesting to see what they're able to do.
Viper is also bringing that shield again. It's not... yeah, you can definitely play shield on quarantine. It's a lot harder to do, but I can get it for this objective, especially with how exposed the approach is. So having that shield just to be able to call out enemy positions and figure out where they are and let the rest of the team kind of hash out a game plan is actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's not, but at the same time, it's like, where would you rather, your skills be? Would you rather sacrifice, having a, gun that can actually make the shots long distance compared to a pistol for the callouts, or would you rather have someone who can actually help suppress, help get kills? Because right now, Viper, in order to get a kill with his pistol, is going to be incredibly difficult, but he's going to be able to check that mid building and try to, spot out Potato Bot on the first floor. And it looks like he is going down, though, to the carport with the shield.
He's got Monarkid down there to worry about. Monarkid's hiding behind that Tesla model asset. He's able to find Viper as he was looking the wrong way. 35 goes for that refrag, but that's a trade, actually. So a res is available for 35, but Potato Bot is watching that entrance. So anyone who dare run down there with the needle is going to have a bad time, put it that way.
Yeah, but it does look like Scooby-Doo is going to be going for revive here. Nice. So it's only a 1-for-1 refrag in this case instead of a 2-for-1, and that's going to be a big difference right there. Now, of course, they're trying to confirm the kill as Scooby-Doo is moving in and continuing to go under the map. Now he's going right under Potato Bot, and that's going to be interesting to see on what they're going to be able to do. It's safe to say that there is someone there.
35 knows where Potato Bot's position is, and really quick, Potato Bot was looking the wrong way right as Scooby-Doo was walking in. How about that for chance? Nade gets lobbed out there. It's going to land a little short. Potato Bot will live to fight another day. Definitely able to find UC Death in the meantime. Legel's also able to find Potato Bot from a different angle than where 35 was trying to approach from, but now his position has been given away to James Bow because he is watching toward Legel's general direction.
At the same time, the Wookiee's all the way out in the desert trying to get super wide, but he's far away from objective. But at the same time, anyone running into objective, he might be able to get the pick off. But again, he is super far away.
Mayhem R3, Boss Fight R3, less than 3 minutes remaining, 2 minutes remaining actually. Plenty of manpower to go around, but it's quickly dwindling away as these teams begin to make their approaches onto each other. Scooby-Doo is able to find James, both giving Boss Fight a one-man advantage here. But keep in mind, 1 point is all they need here in order to be able to keep in this game here if they want to fight it for third.
Yeah, and I mean, I really do like Boss Fight's placement right now. There are 3 pushing up, and they're pushing up together. You're seeing them basically have a pretty close line as they are moving up, checking angles. And the biggest thing is, Legil is checking, across the map, while 35 is checking underneath. Oh, another trade, though, as Wookie is taken out with the trade Scooby-Doo taken down. Defilade being the only one left on objective directly.
Scooby's able to give call-outs. Defilade is taking fire. 35 is working his way on up there. Wookie is no longer there to defend the outside. 35 might be going for cap here. No, he's got his gun out, but he might be able to see Defilade here. No, he misses his shots, but it's a trade, and Boss Fight will take the second map.
And that's exactly what Boss Fight needed. I mean, now they are able to go back in. They're able to go to the third map. And it's going to be interesting to see what they're picking. But Boss Fight, I mean, really good job. And I really do think that cap made a huge difference for Boss Fight in multiple ways.
Yeah, just being able to know that map 3 decider, everybody. Everyone, hype and chat for that. I am absolutely speechless on how that round ended. That came down to the wire, and that was an absolutely spectacular way. The communication from Scooby there. They didn't even bother resting him. They just went for the objective. And just Scooby's call-outs were just so on point that it was able to paint a perfect picture for... yeah, for Legil. No, it wasn't Legil because Legil was already taken out. But regardless, those call-outs was what made that map go for Boss Fight.
Yep, and at the same time, it does look like the final map is going to be Bizarre. I mean, that's going to be fun. I'm excited to see it. I do think Mayhem... is one of the more proficient teams at this map. But I mean, Boss Fight has had some pretty incredible plays on it too. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Who do you think is going to take the third map?
I don't want to make a prediction because Caster Curse. So
yep, that's true.
Whoever wins is whoever wins. I know Nightfire, our producer right now, is probably making his own predictions inside his own head, but he's muted himself, so those predictions will go down with his grave.
That's very true. Now, at the same time, though, it does like Mayhem's going to be on the defense while Boss Fight is on the defense. And so it'll be interesting to see if Mayhem is going to be able to attack and possibly get an upper hand, especially as we are going to a pretty heavily defended first objective.
Yeah, this first objective is going to be a doozy. It's East. I couldn't ask for a better objective to start off this match. Honestly, I am giggling with excitement here. It's going to be the East Market, and if we get a quick spot on this, I am going to go nuts.
Well, especially because, yeah, Mayhem does a really good job at capitalizing at the momentum change. And so when they do get the quick spawn, they're probably just going to try to run in, get the middle two-story shops captured, captured, and then have that momentum used to take Boss Fight out further in. And so it's going to be really interesting on if they're going to be able to get any early picks with Boss Fight peaking and what they're going to be able to do to capitalize on that.
I know we see a lot of the strategy for this particular objective to be the straight-in rush and cause chaos as much as possible during normal season play, but yeah, this is a different animal here. Everything's to lose here, especially in this match, because you could be third place or you could be fourth, and there's no glory in fourth, right?
Well, there's plenty of glory in fourth. It's just you don't want it. You're fighting for third. The last thing you want is fourth, but still, fourth is a very commendable. And unfortunately, there is no money in fourth. And so, I mean, you do still want to play for that prize. But fourth overall is still a really good and prestige position to obtain.
Yeah, I mean, you get the bragging rights, but like you said, there's no. We're here for the monetary now, like. The days of getting first for just the bragging rights are over now. This Onward VRML specifically especially, has stepped up the game with the prize pools, not just with goodies, but with cash prizes as well. So these teams are really going to be cashing in here. They're fighting for something. It's not just bragging rights anymore.
No, not at all. And and you can see that in their gameplay. I mean, they're playing at a very top tier level, especially boss fight. With what we saw on how they played Quarantine yesterday, I mean, they were making very small mistakes, but the other teams were able to capitalize on it. But this time, boss fight seemed a lot more coordinated. They were moving together strong. They were checking each other's positions on the advancements and, were able to get that Quarantine win. And here we go. Going into the final map of map 3 on this match, and it is not a quick spawn for Mayhem.
Maybe boss fight will get it. There's only 2 spawns for this objective, so statistically speaking, maybe.
Yeah, but the tough part is here now. Mayhem's going to be able to a little bit more quickly sneak around and be able to get behind objective on the east side, and so UC Death defending in this case is going to be a lot more crucial because a lot of times you're trying to send usually 2, maybe 3 to get behind the objective and attack.
And quickly sneaking are not 2 words that go hand in hand here in Onward, mainly because you can't be quiet and running quick. It's just not how the mechanic works. Thank goodness for that, otherwise there'd be some really weird plays. But it's really more of a balance at this point. Like, when do I run? When do I don't? Like, where do I feel safe that I can, relocate quickly, or when do I need to really hunker down here and try to be as stealthy as possible?
Well, and speaking of speed, though, Potato Bot's already in the 2-story Kiat and pushing up and checking the windows. And so that's going to be interesting to see what he's able to do and peek out, because if someone happens to barely peek out that window, he might be able to get that angle and take out those on objective. And so he's also close enough to where he can hear if, boss fight says anything, he might be able to pick up what they're saying.
I think Potato and Viper are having a bit of banter right now. Oh no, I thought they were talking about taxes. I think I missed it wrong. But...
And a little bit of a pre-fire from Lonely Viper. Unfortunately, did not hit the mark, but, it does look like we are going for a man, moving all the way around as Wookie is trying to get into that southbound area. At the same time, though, he does have Legil to worry about, but it doesn't look like anything's going to be spotted too easily in this case.
Yeah, boss fight are pretty hunkered down right now. I don't have any complaints about their positioning at all. It's pretty standard, really strong positions. Lonely Viper is checking all of his angles. Moving around a little too much, I think, for how late we are into the game. But regardless, Mayhem aren't really putting the pressure on yet. They're not really making their presence known. They're just kind of being... The only pressure they're applying is the what-if pressure. It's the where is the enemy team? And Deathlade was just... UC Death can rest a little bit easier now about that what-if as he's able to find Deathlade.
Well, and UC Death is such a difficult peak to get. I mean, seeing through that brick opening is so difficult. And, I mean, UC Death used his timing perfectly in that case and was able to get Deathlade out. And now we do have a little bit of suppression coming in at the front as Potato Bot is moving in, and he's getting pretty close to objective, and Lonely Viper is still kind of far.
Yeah, pretty much both of the buildings right now on the objective area are... Oh, Potato Bot's moving on in. Wookie's able to find Lonely Viper. Potato Bot could cap here.
Objective's wide open. He's got to be a little bit careful. Legil, though, is still in the blue room. It's a tough one to get, but he has that potential.
The potential is there. Just, can you sneak? Potato Bot is tablet out. This could be a cap for Mayhem on the deciding map. Legil's charging on in. He sees Potato Bot, but he's not able to make it light up. The code can't go in quick enough. No cap. No cap. James Boke is going to have to be the one to try to finish it up here along with Wookie. Legil is able to find Wookie. Only 2 members of boss fight remaining. One, it's only James Boke. James Boke is charging in through the tunnel. Oh man, bit of a mental reset right there. That was very close for both teams there.
He had the time.
That rotation, yeah, the time was definitely there, but the rotation was slow, but luckily enough for Legil, the cap was slower.
Well, and the crazy thing is, Legil was shooting the entire time. He knew right where the guy was at. He shooting and trying to get the guy taken out the entire time. And oh man, James just getting the final shot on UC Def. It is a 1v1 with 59 seconds left. But I mean, and that's tough. When you're getting fired on like that, it is so tough to try to remember 7 digits.
And keep in mind, there's also the suppression mechanics in the game as well. You know, how the headset responds when getting shot. Legend's out in the open here. Jamesville tries to get some shots off. It doesn't land. Both these players live to fight another 30 seconds so far, but the pressure's on James. Legend doesn't even need to peek right now, but he's peeking anyways. He just wants to get this over and
play
done
time.
with.
Like,
yeah, let James run down the time. Mayhem have done this before. They did this yesterday.
Yeah, the watches beep at 30 seconds left, and so Legend full well that James only has 30 seconds left to get a kill. All he needs to do is tuck in, let James come to him. He has a good idea of where he's at, and now he's just waiting in the hallway while James plays process of elimination.
5 seconds left. It's going to come down to these seconds here if James can get the point or not. No, he runs the timer down, and Legend single-handedly gets the point for boss fight.
Second too late on James right there, but I mean, really good job on boss fight. A little bit of a worrying peak right there, but overall, well played on boss fight to see the time run down and be able to hide well enough to where they were able to get the .1 on time.
I'm still surprised that cap did not go through.
Oh, it really should have. But I mean, at the same time, under that much pressure, it is very difficult to remember the 7-digit code. And I mean, sure, he had, around, I think 10 to 12 seconds to get that cap, but that is so difficult to do. And I mean, he was smart in going for it. It's just sometimes your fingers and your mind just aren't able to keep it straight and you're unable to get the cap.
Well, regardless, boss fight are going to be very happy to get the first point on what could be their deciding map here.
Mm-hmm.
Try to get to that podium. I still can't give you an idea of who I think is going to win here. I think boss fight had a very rough start on map 1. Yes, it did not go well for them at all. They've been ready to play ever since map 1, but boss fight have really stepped up their game now. I think they're really going back to that old school boss fight mentality where, they were one of the top EU teams. I don't think they still are, but they were up there with beginners and probably one of the people to give beginners a good challenge, and they're kind of getting back into that mindset of like, hey, we're boss fight, we're here to have fun, but also, kick some butt at the same time. Yeah, I'm really happy with how I see this current boss fight.
Well, and they're really living up to the name, and that's the great part to see. They did have a couple of seasons where they were struggling and they did need to rebuild and revamp, but they had some veteran players return. They were able to rework that team sync, and now we see that they're able to move in. So with that, though, we do have a quick spawn on the boss fight side, and so it'll be fun to see what they're able to do.
I am excited for this. We know boss fight can get aggressive when they choose to, but are they going to do it when the heat is on and the pressure is here? Close. They're already shooting. They're not charging up as far as they could have, but I think they're going to cash in early and try to just find some good positions for them to work out of and just try to chip away at the Mayhem defense.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things that is so fun to watch about these top tier teams going against is that these guys have figured out the timings. They're able to know, hey, we got quick spawn, we're able to move in, and we can get to this position in 12 seconds. If we're able to get to this position and pre-fire, we can suppress them because it takes them 14 seconds to get to their position. And it's just that time work that makes such a big difference in this game to where you can work on catching out, the defensive players and getting that early advantage.
Only 1 minute has dwindled away here, and nothing major has happened yet. No deaths, no downs, no utility really being used en masse. A couple of shots here and there, but both these teams are taking what is normally a very aggressive spawn point very, very conservatively.
Well, and I do like that boss fight. They came out gun swinging. I mean, they were suppressing pretty heavily, but now they've slowed it down. They're being very careful, and at the same time, they're giving some of their other teammates time to get into their proper positions so that they are going to be able to attack the objective from all angles.
Scooby-Doo is prepping a nade, at least from my view. He's walking very slowly up here. I'm wondering where he's going to place it, how he's going to throw it. I'm thinking he's going to shoot it through the alley, but maybe he's just going to try to lob it into the building itself and try to catch whoever it unluckily falls upon. But they are just being as quiet as possible to not give away their position.
Yep, and at the same time, 35 is just holding his position and trying to get that pick. If someone on Mayhem is able to just move out of position enough, 35 would have been able to realize that and capitalize on that. But James did throw out a nade. Unfortunately, no one was there. But I mean, with the timing, a lot of the times there are. And so it's a well-placed nade, unfortunately, with nothing to be able to capitalize on, as Boss Fight throws with another nade. No mark.
Scooby is still not holding a weapon, only the fragmentation grenade in his hand.
And did he pull the pin? So he's just holding it?
He's holding it. Yeah, so I'm wondering if it looks like he's going to make the entrance. It looks like he's going to try to chuck it in there and try to find whoever's unluckily falls upon there. Now, at the same time, Monarchid's watching that angle there. If Scooby doesn't... Oh, he just pulled the clacker. Let's see what happens here. Oh,
but he got it through! And he got
it through! He got it through! That's 2 kills right there! Mayhem are already down 2 members. Boss Fight did lose one in the process there, but that is still a nice little one-man advantage right when all this stuff counts. Plenty of nades coming in from Mayhem. The artillery has been called. Legel's able to fly Deflate. Now we're into a 1v1 with Wookie. Wookie manages victorious from that, but then gets shot by UC Death and Lonely Viper. 35 is able to find James Boak, and Boss Fight will exude command over this particular objective by taking both rounds, offense and defense.
Well, and that was crazy because Mayhem had such a good crash on the objective. They were able to take the both that were on directly objective, and then all the other guys started to crash in on the objective too. But Boss Fight was able to keep their cool and get the angles properly covered so that they were able to stop the cap and get the final kills needed to go up 2-0. And I mean, this was such a difficult objective to attack, but Boss Fight seemed to have done it with ease.
And that was definitely a huge strategy there. Boss Fight just waited for Scooby to chuck that nade and just start the havoc. I'm pretty sure they said it in the strategy that said, wait for my nade to go up and then push. And that is exactly what happened there. And that was a masterful piece of strategy from both teams. Like you said, that crash was incredible. Did you see how many nades got chucked directly onto the objective? And just, I didn't see any explosions. I just saw a cloud.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, the big part was that nade throw initially was somewhat lucky because he did get taken out pretty quick, but that nade just flew perfectly, and the pin was pulled so that it went off pretty much 2 seconds after. And so that got the 2 down, and then everyone else was able to run in, get the confirms, and then just storm on objective.
Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo is the, on paper, team captain of Boss Fight. And just the command he has over the strategy of the team is incredible.
Yep, and so right now, though, Mayhem is at a little bit of a... They need to be able to get a point. You do not want to be at a 3-0 deficit here.
Yeah, well... This is it used to be a pretty Marsoc-friendly objective, but then they knocked down that wall of the second story of the Kayak building, and it's pretty balanced now, I want to say. I've seen some good plays on both ends, some good rotations. That wall is just in the way of what could have been so many good rotations, so I'm really glad that Downpour kind of saw that opportunity to kind of balance this objective out, even though it was always fun seeing all the crazy caps that kind of came out from people kind of identifying the weakness where people were situated before and being able to send that code.
Yeah, and I'd agree with you there. And I mean, this is not the objective that you want to have to defend on, and it's the objective that you want to attack on. And so Boss Fight, though, they really want to just hunker down, play the patience game. Lonely Viper did rotate around, unfortunately, was probably hurt by Wookiee and taken out. And so that's a man down, but still, Scooby-Doo is in a pretty good position on the waiting game. He might be able to capitalize back on trying to get that refrag there.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing that spread out boss fight defense. Just they are not within the core, within the main bazaar. They're actually extended into the other alleyways and courtyards and what have you. They are really trying to make sure that Mayhem don't have any room to set up an attack.
Well, and at the same time, that's why Mayhem is moving so slow. They're trying to check these angles.
Yeah, spotter kid lined up. Sorry to interrupt you, but that
no
was a
problem.
very textbook angle from Scooby there. But now Wookie has a good idea where Scooby is at. James Boak is able to find Legel on the other side of the map. That's going to open it up for Mayhem, at least on the north side, a little bit. But Legel can give those juicy little call-outs out there. Scooby-Doo has now rotated back into the main building, and Wookie kind of gives up on trying to approach that courtyard because he knows that that's just going to be bad news.
Yeah, and it does look like we do finally have the confirmed Ledril. So this is a big moment, though. You're going on a 3v4 on this defensive objective. You do not want to do that, as you do need everyone on this objective because there are so many different angles to be able to cap on. And so it's just difficult. But, I mean, at the same time, Boss Fight has a really good spread on the objective. They're watching behind. They're watching both sides. And now they just got to basically play the waiting game. But one thing that they do need to be careful of is the middle of the objective is left completely open.
Yeah, now Wookie has been able to completely, Boss Fight are essentially surrounded now that Wookie has that whole north alley basically to himself, along with James Boak kind of coming in a little bit closer. A lot of pressures on UC Death in order to try to defend this, make sure that his courtyard is well within safety. Scooby-Doo now rotates around. 35 is able to find Potato Bot as well. James Boak is able to get a refrag onto Scooby-Doo, but that's only a down, so calls can come out. UC Death now rotates out here. He's looking for James Boak. He sees James Boak, is able to get that one. It's only a down, some more calls for Mayhem on this run as they are only one man standing.
Yeah, at the same time, though, Defilade, it looks like, yep, he's going to change his rotation from mid of the map and around to try to get that teammate back up. I'm wondering if they were able to hear to know that they need to confirm him. And in this case, they have it. And with a minute and 30 left, that's plenty of time.
I think he's just out of range of 35, where UC Death used to be, to hear any callouts coming up from James. But James is actually being pretty quiet, but not surprising. There's not really much that he could see right now. 35 and UC are both kind of hunkered down, and obviously Scooby-Doo is a little bit out of the picture right now. He can only give some callouts on the back end, which is good, given the setup that Boss Fight have right now. It's good to have Scooby as eyes for the south side, just in case Defilade chose to go that way. But it looks like Defilade's given up on even rezzing James, and he's just gonna try to go in this solo gunning.
The problem is, though, UC Death and 35 are both protecting each angle. 35 might be able to get taken out right here, though. I'm pretty sure he was spotted.
But UC Death is spotted Defilade. Defilade finds himself in a bit of a pinch. He's able to take cover behind that wall, so that kind of negates anything that 35 can do. 35 sees that rotation. He tries to shoot over the wall and try to find that angle on Defilade. Doesn't hit. UC Death tries to take more shots. The wood barriers are actually protecting Defilade in this case here. James Boak is still completely out of the picture here, so it's all up to Defilade. There's not even calls that can save him right now. Defilade's pinched, and there's only 15 seconds remaining here. He's got to make a move here quick.
Yeah, but at the same time, he knows where the final two, and unfortunately, he almost got peaked by 35. He did get the first to be able to get the second kill. 6 seconds left. He's moving in.
3, 2, and 35 will take it out before the round ends. And Boss Fight will go up 3-0 here. Boss Fight are here, and they really want this win.
Now, this is what was interesting, though, because you did start to see Defilade go for, what seemed to be going for the revive. But then he just went and rotated back around and started going from the center of the map again. And I'm wondering how different that round would have been if he would have tried to go for that revive to make it a 2v2.
I'm almost thinking that it's more it's not so much the fact that he tried to go it solo is the reason why he lost the round. It was the inconsistency in his own personal strategy. He wasted so much time kind of going toward the revive and then going back. Now, whether that was like a call from James saying like, hey, we're probably running out of time, don't res me, I'll just watch this. And then that kind of is what kind of got Mayhem a little bit off their game there. But it just comes to show you how time management is just so crucial in this game.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, we're seeing Boss Fight have this complete mentality change too. I mean, they have come out, and it's interesting to see how after that cap, I mean, they were able to really start to make an impact on this game. And I'm wondering if that did have a good mental shift on boosting, their mindset on this and making them be able to come back and take the final map. Mayhem's map choice on making it 3-0 now.
Yeah, 1 point is all that separates Boss Fight from third place in all the goodies, the ticker tape parades, and what have you that the VRML will bestow upon them. But
Yep.
Mayhem, 4 points is all that separates them. It's not that big of a gap if you think about it in the grander scheme of things here. It's still, the map scores are 1-1. This is the deciding map. This could be the deciding round. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go and see what Boss Fight can do, if they can do it, and if Mayhem are really in this to win this.
Yep, and we are in round 4, which could be the final round now. I mean, Boss Fight right now is looking incredibly good. They are 1 round away. Mayhem has to win the next 4 rounds in a row, or a cap and 3 rounds, in order to take this map and become the 3rd place team. And so it's a little bit of an uphill battle. It's possible they're able to do it, and it can start right here, right now.
And this is the objective to do it on, if there is any. This is just such a chaotic objective. I couldn't see them trying to finish it off any other way. But then again, like I said, I really don't know who I want to cheer for here, because I've got a lot of friends on both sides here. So it's a little bittersweet at all times here, being on the casting crew and, having such a personal relation with all these players that you cast all the time. But regardless, Boss Fight are just on a roll, and I would not be surprised if they don't stop.
Nope, I think you're right about that. And that's one of the... Oh, no, Wookiee's running across the... He just got spotted.
Rotation, but he survives? Wow, that is some luck there, my friend. Go buy a lottery ticket.
Go get that guy Frogger, because he is a pro at this point with that. I mean, I could not imagine how those shots were able to miss, but the timing was just right for him, and he was able to escape and get back. Now, Lonely Viper, though, again, is running the shield play. We've seen it be able to pay off in the past before, and now he is able to again. And I really do like how he's running the flashlight. That's pretty cool. And we're going to see if that makes a difference, though, especially on this objective.
This objective in particular is so good to use with the the shield is so good to use with this objective, because you could act as a tank, kind of be the center of attention, and let the rest of the team kind of focus on you and trying to take you out, and make the force a occasional bad rotation or two, and just capitalize on that. So it can really tenderize the defense a little bit.
Yeah, and they're taking their time so far, and I mean 35 right now, trying to get some picks from those peeking out of the windows while the rest of his team rotates around. On the west side, only 1 rotating on the east, though. It looks like only Legel right now is rotating on the east, being very careful about how he's going about it.
Well, we're almost at the halfway mark again, and I really don't know how on earth Wookiee could get away from me saying this, but no one has died, and nothing is set in stone yet. I'll put it that way.
Well, they're being incredibly careful.
Yes, they are being this is probably more careful than I normally see Boss Fight when it comes to them slowing down the play and being very methodical. They really want this right now. You can definitely tell the way they're playing, especially with how yesterday went. James Boak is peeking over. He can definitely see the shield. He launches an 8. It goes long. Viper doesn't have any backup. Another nade comes out from James. It's a little bit shorter, but still it's long.
Okay, and Legel's also running in. Defilade might have in. He might be able to peek around the corner. It's going to be a close call, but he knows someone is there. You can tell with how he's moving.
Nade barely hits it, but it's just enough that... Wow, that's a big ticker. Lonely Viper and UC Death are able to find Monarchade and Defilade.
And that's the shift you need, because right now it's 5v2. Unfortunately, though, a good trade for only 1 left on Mayhem.
He just needs to find Wookiee, and that's it. Boss Fight will take 3rd place for Season 10.
Now, that is a comeback that you love to see. I mean, going from Subway, where it was 1-4, to taking the 2nd map, and then going 4-0 on the final map. Incredibly well played on Boss Fight's for boss fight. They did an amazing job in what was needed to be able to take third place.
It just, that was an incredible effort coming after quarantine. You know, you could tell once quarantine was said and done and they were able to get that win, something just clicked on that boss fight team that made them realize, hey, we can do this. Yesterday was a crap day, but we could get something good here. And that's exactly what they did. They finished off Bazaar in such a spectacular fashion. Granted, I've said this so many times, but this is one of those true matches. Like, the score does not really show how hard Mayhem fought for this. They put up an excellent fight, and that's the reason why this match was so exciting, is because Mayhem definitely showed up here. They definitely wanted this win, but boss fight just, something clicked, and they were just unstoppable.
Yeah, in this case, I do think Radar Head is able to rest a little bit easier on his boss fight, taking third place. I mean, I'm really excited, and if you guys thought that match was, I mean, so impressive and so fun to watch, we have the finals coming in right here, right now. We're setting up for it. We are about to hop over, and guys, I mean, we are in for a treat.
Well, before we head off, just want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. If you haven't seen all the ads that we rolled in the pre-show already, ProTube VR, VR Cover, V Haptics, HyperX, Rebuff Reality, Cyber Shoes, Arma, VRware, Asterion, and Fixed Gaming. We will see you guys probably after the finals. At least I'll see you guys probably after the finals wrap up. We're going to give the desk on over to Nightfire, Noman, and Sleepy. And everyone, enjoy the finals. It's going to be a good one.
Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VRML Finals pre-show. My name is Nightfire. I am joined by my host of casters on the caster desk today. It's TFH, Sleepy, and Noman with a 4. Thank you so much for all hanging out here today. We do really appreciate you all tuning in and, getting in here for the finals. We're going to make this a quick show because we want to get right in to that finals match and get everything ready and get all prepped for it. But it has been a long road for these teams. It has been a full and robust change. A lot of changes going on in Season 10. They've had to adjust their play style, a lot of meta shifts. And let's just get into it. And I'll start with you, Noman. Your thoughts on this beginners versus ALG matchup. ALG being a team coming in from the Challenger Cup. It's the first time we've ever seen it.
Yeah, it is a unprecedented final for sure, and these teams are chomping at the bit. So, I mean, they're both excited. ALG's excited to get into it, and, who can blame them, honestly, with this meteoric rise in the postseason. It's going to be an absolute banger. I mean, it's two what I would consider to be, aggressive when they want to be teams, and they're playmakers. I mean, they're both playmakers on both sides. It's gonna be wild, Nightfire.
Yeah, this is going to be it's going to be interesting. It's a best of 5. Important to note, the format does shift here for these finals, and that means there's no bans. So there's a potential to play any map. It's all on the table. Obviously, ones that are off that aren't in the pool. But I mean, Todd, what do you think we're gonna see? Is it gonna be range? Is it gonna be close quarters? Where do you think they're gonna gravitate towards, at least in the first few rounds?
Well, normally we don't get to see wild card teams play up this high. So honestly, I think they'll live up to the tournament, the name that the tournament that they came out of. They're wild cards. They can probably play any map and whatnot, and play it pretty well if they're going to play on this level of Onward.
Yeah, their LG is definitely going to come in with some. I mean, Sleepy, people do their homework. If you watch ALG, they like to push as 5. It's a typical strat they deploy. Do you think beginners are going to try and counter this in any way? Do you think they're going to try, or is it just going to be normal beginners?
Well, I mean, it's postseason beginners. You and I have both seen beginners at any sort of final stage, both in person and online. They fight it out until the very bitter end, and I think anyone from the Global Chem roster can attest to that as well. So I expect beginners to have learned a lot of lessons from yesterday's games and from the footage of yesterday, and we'll be seeing a lot of interesting stuff. But I mean, it's pretty well known now that ALG likes to keep things tight and cover each other in close quarters and be right there for the refrags. So hopefully beginners did take that knowledge from yesterday and turn it into some plans for today, because otherwise they could have their hands full here with ALG.
Yeah, they really could. I think it's a bit of a question mark for everyone, honestly, that's tuning in. And it's why this is such a hype matchup, because who knows what ALG is going to bring to the table? Who knows what beginners are going to bring to ALG's table? It's going to be an incredibly exciting back and forth. And again, I don't want to draw this pre-show out too long because we do want to get in to this matchup shortly. So I'll get everyone's predictions now, and then we'll cut to a very brief intermission and be getting right back into the mix. Todd, we'll start with you. Who do you think is going to come out on top in this series?
Well, I've always kind of thought of the idea, and I think it'd be really cool to really see someone come out of the wild card and reign on top. So yeah, I'll go for ALG on this one.
I don't blame you. I think this I gotta wonder what the community vote is. We got to figure out a way. We got to do a poll in chat and figure out what everyone is, where everyone's voting lies, and then we can kind of relay that back here on the stream for everyone that's hanging out in venues and all the other places that were live today. Noman, your thoughts? Who do you think's going to be the #1 team here at the end of the day? Who's going to be our champion of Season 10?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm gonna pick beginners. I'm gonna pick experience, but ALG has just constantly knocked me down on predictions. So it's gonna be a thin margin, But I'm gonna say beginners take that experience and bring it all the way to the bank. But good luck to ALG regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck to them. They are going up against a team that has been here countless times. They are very familiar with this scenario and the pressure that it feels. They've competed for prizing before when the early stage, you know, they've gone up at the most hype that it's been, and now here, the biggest prize that we can offer, that experience is really going to matter quite a bit for this beginner's squad. And if you're ALG, you've got to factor it in. Sleepy, we were correct on our ALG picks, at least, to get in to these semis. Do you think ALG is going to keep riding this momentum? Do you think they're going to be able to beat beginners?
So, I actually side with Noman today here. I think beginner's experience will pull it out. The stamina of a best of 5 with the constant changing and the possibility for momentum shifts at any moment throughout a series of 5 maps is going to be key in. And either having the knowledge to swap out players that you have the ability to swap out, or knowing when your players just aren't playing at the top and they need to be swapped out for the betterment of the squad is something that you need to know. And I think beginners experience have that. Not that ALG can't do it. I think we are going to see a long series. We'll probably see all 5 maps of this series get played today, but yeah, I think at the end of it all, beginners will do it, but not for ALG's solid try.
Okay, the vote's coming in. I think I'm going to go with ALG here, Aimless Gaming, because I think that they are going to beat beginners because they've done it once before. If I remember correctly, in the hiatus tournament, they beat beginners. You know,
That's correct.
They're a team that's capable of doing it, and they've done it once before. So I'm not going to count them out here in the finals. I think I'm going to go with ALG as that team that's going to come out on top. And that's it. That's the predictions here for us at the desk. We are now going to cut to a very quick intermission, and when we come back, we will be diving in to map number 1 of this best of 5 Onward Season 10 finals, coming up in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are here and we are ready to get in to the final matchup of Season 10, ALG versus Beginners. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by Doman with a 4, as well as Sleepy with 2 3s, the man off the cam, if you will. He'll be jumping in, providing us with some analysis between maps, which will be greatly appreciated since he's got a great mind, doesn't he, Doman?
He does. He's got a sharp one for such a small stature. He's got a lot of mind. Okay.
Sleepy, you can talk just because you're off cam. What are your thoughts?
Good morning, everyone. Hi, I'm Sleepy. I'm the guy that's going to be taking all the hits today. No, I'm doing well, and thank you guys for the compliments. Happy to be here. Sorry I'm not on cam for everyone out there. I've been seeing a lot of comments on it going back through the pre-show footage here, but no, I'm good. Just a little tired from this week. Been a lot going on in the VRML and in the work realms for old Sleepy. So just a bit tired, looking a little haggard at the moment. So figured I'd save you all from that scene. But no, I'm really excited for this matchup. Aimless Beginners. Aimless putting in lots of work to get here. You know, as we mentioned in pre-show, having beat Beginners actually, in fact, in stages prior to this to get here. So looks like the teams are ready to get going, and so am I. So I'm going to let it go back to you guys, and I'll be back between rounds to give you some more analysis.
Map 1 is going to be bizarre, and we are diving in to this first round of the day without any hesitation, Noman. It has been already an action-packed day today with a fantastic kickoff with Mayhem versus Boss Fight. An excellent comeback, and now here we see, look at this. There couldn't be a tighter pack moving out as ALG begin their push.
Yeah, these teams, like we said in the pre-show, just could not even wait to start this off. They didn't even want the pre-show. They wanted to be in the action, and we see it with this aggressive pushing. I mean, it's the ALG move, right? You just take everybody and put them somewhere, and we'll see what happens. Icy Woods, they're missing the initial shots out. It looks like he did tag somebody, but no syringes came out just yet.
Captain Soda is pushing himself up there, looking to be a potential threat to the likes of Icy Woods early. But Woods took those shots and then has not revisited because he's well aware that, you know, at this level, these teams are going to hone in on any sort of angle that comes out here. I want to call out Killinger's position. He's managed to somehow get almost behind this ALG defense. The question is he going to be ready for Seaquick, who is holding up the rear guard? Seaquick may find himself a free kill. No, Killinger scoops up one, scoops up the confirm there, does get picked up. Seaquick with a very important refrag.
Yeah, it was pretty dangerous for Virus and Nardu had Seaquick been a little faster coming around, but we have seen quite a bit of this rear guard situation, right? Mm-hmm. Watching the back, watching the flank. Teams have been doing it quite a bit in this championship series, and these teams are pretty ready for it. Virus scooping up Icy Woods finally, who does get a little peeky in the courtyard. Like you mentioned, I'm a little surprised that he went back for a piece.
Ooh, Seaquick gets up there, finds a kill. Paz scoops up one. Beginners are getting picked up left and right. What is happening? Beginners getting out there in antsy, looking for picks early and getting punished for it. Smoils, the lone defender of Kaya. It's the worst situation you could be in.
Yeah, that is not where you want to be with this much time left as well. I mean, just the shakiness that you feel being the last defender, you do not want... especially on this objective, to be the last one alive. So many spots to check. Smoils charging. Gonna trade out. Save a potential cap. Yeah. Likely the best call there overall. And Sleepy, what are your thoughts on the first round? Are we getting some Freddy foreshadowing here?
I don't know that I'm ready to call it Freddy foreshadowing yet, because I saw some things from the Beginners that really kind of piqued my interest, that made me think, okay, they did go back, they did watch some stuff, they did learn a little bit, they did formulate a strategy for today, and then it kind of fell apart. But I'm not sure if that was a quick on the field call by Seaquick there, who was originally that kind of south to east push flanker who was going to come around from the opposite side and catch the defenders off guard, but when he heard Killinger rotate through the blue hotel room near the Humvee, he also kind of changed his path. He stopped what he was doing. He was listening for a second, and then he also started pushing back west when he heard Killinger going that way. And you know, we saw later he was able to get the quick refrag onto Killinger after Killinger found the pick on Soda. And then after that, I'm not really sure what I saw in that west courtyard there. I'm not sure if it was just over aggression on the peaks from the defense, or if Aimless was just able to take those corners, get those shots secured more accurately. Right now, it's looking like it's still going to be a very close game, but to see Smoils be left in a 1v4 scenario there was quite frightening for the first round of this best of 5.
Yeah, not something I expected to see on round 1.
Yeah.
You don't expect to see a sort of loosey-goosey beginner's defense coming out the gate, but you know, once burned, twice shy is I think what they're going to go with, and we'll see what the defense on that next objective is going to be. But in the meantime, round 2 gets underway with Aimless now taking up the Coyote defense. Beginners getting that mirrored spawn. We'll see how they opt for this approach.
Good luck, boys. Yep. Good luck. We got this, baby.
Don't need luck. You're all skilled.
That's it.
Drone comes out from Virus there, and you see his deployment. I think he's navigating that while moving. A pretty interesting tactic, and he's actually going to get this up onto the hood of the car. Soda, in the meantime, wants to get right into the action. He scoops up Icy Woods, trying to cross out early. Look at how aggressive ALG is pushing over here onto this side.
Yeah, John is waiting for that continued north push. Icy Woods is heading in that direction now, but we'll see if he actually commits.
I would be willing to guess that beginners are ready for John's positioning here early. Taking those shots right away. They are checking their angles as they make them their push up onto this side. And they got to be cautious of the potential early push here. It's something that we've seen other teams do as well, where they'll invest in getting aggressive here on this cross. You can see sometimes when you go for this cross early, you can get punished for it as well, but John seems to be here undetected. Flashes come out, I believe, from Wood, so they must have an idea that someone's around in this area, and you can see they're really clearing this one. Killinger with a nice pickup onto John.
That was an excellent kill. IDs him through the window, sees the rotation, comes around the corner, firing. Killinger doing everything right there. And that's going to put them in the advantage here, 4 up for Aimless. So it's kind of a bit of a repeat of last game. Right around the same time, there was a pick for Aimless, and then it's sort of all unraveled for the defense. We'll see if that's the same case. You know, when you start to lose, when you lose even 1 on this Coyote objective,
yeah,
you really are forced to start rotating. You're forced to start checking a couple of extra angles, and that usually means you'll be too distracted to focus on your original angles, and we'll see if that's the case here as Killinger and Icy Woods push up in the north. Captain Soda waiting in ambush.
They also got Seaquick in that courtyard as well, and it seems like they don't want to challenge us. They don't need to. You know, this is where we saw beginners get punished. They tried to challenge some positions here in these, you know, tough areas to peek out of, and they got punished for it. Really, what you got to do with Coyote is stay tucked in, wait for that approach onto objective, create the kill box. And it's risky, because if you lose your kill box, then there's all kinds of different nooks and crannies that an offender can tuck in and cap on. But
yep, keeping an eye on Smoils as well, because he is the only one of the only 2 separated currently, but he is making an approach to this center courtyard, and so far not been ID'd. Virus and Nardu both the only ones in that particular area looking for any kind of coverage. I don't think Virus is going to have an easy way of spotting him, unless that drone finds its way somewhere. I have not ID'd where that ended up going.
it's on the roof of the truck in the northeast. On the hood of the truck in the northeast. It was a really interesting tactic to bounce it up there onto the hood and place it there.
Yeah, it is still there, but we are waiting on Stray Jack and Smoils basically, and we're down to the minute and a half, and Stray Jack is way out of position out in the east. He has taken quite some time to get up to where he is. Now the question is he going to get there, and is Smoils going to be spotted by Nardu as he crawls across this this courtyard?
If Stray Jack's full sprints and they time this right, they could have the pinch here on to Nardu. Stray Jack still, though, he's swinging way wide. Shots happening here on the stairwell. Pause. Scoops up Captain Soda, trying to get aggressive there on the handrail. A big pickup now because the on-objective defense gets weaker and weaker. Nardu's still there, but he's a bit far away. Virus is up top on the second floor. Tons of nades getting dumped out here, and the push coming in for beginners. 30 seconds. Nardu finds one. Killinger's here. Smoils is here in the front. They have full control of this objective. This is going to be a tough defense. Killinger's here. He gets scooped up by Nardu. Very good shots from the cross. Smoils in the middle. Finds Seaquick.
That's going to make it a 2v2 with a res. The callouts are coming in a big way. The trade comes out.
He's punching in code on objective. Seaquick doesn't call it out, and Strazak answers back against ALG. Beginners being beginners are now up 2-1.
And that is exactly why we can't say that round one is any sort of foreshadowing, because beginners there to answer right back. Stray Jack coming in clutch there, and I'm not quite sure what the strategy was there from Seaquick to not call out that cap to Virus.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, it would have even
on Smoils. Sorry, but yeah, I heard the call outs there. He was very focused on Smoils, calling out that side of the courtyard, trying to make sure he was covered. That's why that trade came out with Nardu, because he's swept that corner. But yeah, go ahead, CP.
So I mean, if anything, the call out could have at least just delayed Stray Jack, made him draw a weapon and double tap him, giving Virus that little bit of time to make it downstairs and stop the cap. So, the decision to not call that out, even, and I understand, being focused on one thing over the other and not seeing Stray Jack come up. So, but yeah, I mean, beginners showing that just because you get one round on them doesn't really mean much of anything. And to see beginners cap is interesting as well, because that's not a sight we often see. I mean, it's not something that they're not like Globokin where it's a real rarity to see them cap, but they normally are looking to pick and clean the rounds that way. They normally don't too often, you don't get to see them capping too often.
I mean, it takes...
They get the kills before they get there is the thing, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get, but I mean, to beginner's point, to go for a cap here, it's smart because it's the easiest objective to cap on. Take your 2 points if you can get them, Right. But this is the final. They're competing for a lot of money, for a lot of prizing. There's pressure here under every round, and I almost wonder there if that's what happened. To ALG, the tunnel vision on that middle bazaar, they just didn't spread the focus. I'm maybe feeling a little overconfident off of an early, very nice round one win. I'm not sure, but either way, beginners just answer back with a kick to the teeth, and now ALG going on to the offense and pushing another capable objective in the northeast.
I feel like one's gonna push north.
My theory is that Stray Jack heard me say he was out of position. He said, "I'll show you," and then he just capped. All right, we have got drone position inbound. Drone Watch 2020 is happening, and it is parked in a nice little stall waiting. I mean, literally the perfect position. You can see all the way across all of these northeast objective doorways and windows. So no need to... That's where you die, right? That's where you peek those doorways and die, those windows and die for this East Hotel objective. You set up a drone, you don't need it. You just got one guy sitting there watching, giving call-outs to anybody waiting on corners, and bombs your uncle. We'll see how it pans out for beginners defense here in round 3.
Need lasers for drones. We need drone lasers now, so we can catch that line of sight the drone has as well. Woods has caught out an early rotation over into the east, really identifying that before they could even set up for the push over here. Gonna make it pretty hard to crack the egg that is IC Woods on this east side. We'll have to tune back in to see Quick in a few when he gets ever closer, because we're going to want to stay on board Virus Soda as they get into Kayat and slowly work themselves up. This is probably the slowest I've seen ALG work an objective.
Yeah, they're really taking their time in trying to figure out where the defenders are. I mean, you know, you wait for comms. You wait for a team that you know is going to communicate. You wait for them to say something. You don't have to wait for a gun. You don't have to wait for movement. They're going to talk. And I think that that's what they're trying to do here. But instead, Stray Jack's going to get a little info about Virus and Soda's position off that call out.
I mean, this is an interesting spot. I don't think anyone really looks against these wood pallets. And you can see Nardu isn't scanning here. And he can't, because there is a little bit of denial of vision. The little corner wedge there on that wood piece, allowing Stray Jack to stay hidden here. And he can also hold the tight angle. So if Soda peeks here, he can go down. Nice pickup for him. Nardu tries to find the refrag. Stray Jack getting the reload, tries to pull the nade. That's not going to work for him.
That's a one-on-one trade, but the north is a bit more open now. Now Paz has to be worried about two corners. He's not worried about where John is approaching right now, because Smoils should be seeing this
2 minutes.
and calling it all out to his team. So we'll see how they're able to deal with this positioning.
2 minutes left. Time going to be an element. Paz tossing out some nades into the center there. Could have gotten scooped up by Nardu, but I don't think Nardu was ready for that kind of peak. But the nades, the front, the stalling nades here getting dumped out, and none of them finding much success. But an interesting bit of strategy there from beginners as John works in closer and closer.
Ooh, I see Wiz with a nice long pick here onto John. It's going to make it a 4v3. Beginners take the advantage back with 1:30, but Seaquick responds, grabs Pause on objective, and that's going to open things up directly on it. They're going to force these defensive rotations. Woods picking up Seaquick on the refrag, stops him from challenging Smoils. Virus with the confirmation onto Pause. Now Killinger's down on objective, and it's a 2-2.
Minute 12 left. Nardu's here, but they still have Smoils in blue room. Icy Woods crashing. He flashes out and finds one. He's going to look for Virus. He's on the hunt. He's thirsty for it. Virus finds the kill. The refrag up over the shoulders from Smoils misses. Shots go wide. Virus still alive here. 56 seconds left, and Smoils is pushing. Virus on the rotation. He doesn't get it. Smoils with an incredibly fast snapshot. That is a very nice job from Smoils.
And a very nice job from beginners overall. They are showing exactly why that experience proves to be the true winner at here. I mean, the pressure is definitely on, you know. Beginners had the advantage, but all of a sudden Aimless were able to kind of thin things back out on the objective side. Icy Woods having to crash. He was almost taken out by Seaquick as he pushed the eastern front through that blue room. I mean, a lot of stuff going on there at one point in time, but beginners doing a great job at holding those off, especially Smoils with that ability to read the field, and just knowing that Virus or whoever that was there at the end, I can't recall, is that John? Yeah, John maybe, when he rotated back out at the end, and for Smoils to actually turn and take the alley and be ready for that versus looking inside to the building, which is where a lot of people would anticipate that defender to go, so that they're still close to the objective, was a good read on his part and ultimately allowed beginners to take a nice 2-point lead here. Now, they are going into a Marsoc round, so not a favorable two-point lead round, but it is beginners. We just saw them cap the round before this one, so I'm not saying that they cannot do, cannot take the map here, but they are poised in a nice position to where even if Aimless was able to pull out this one, they'll be able to go to defense and close map 1 out there.
Yeah, I think ALG cannot be discounted yet. There's still 4 maps to play. You know, I have a feeling that they're going to come back strong in at least 2 of those maps. It is worth noting, however, that Aimless picked into this map, so they were home. They did have the choice of map or side. I would venture to say that they chose to pick map, as they are on Marsoc. Nobody usually picks Marsoc. So they are not winning currently on their chosen map, and you know, beginners got to feel good about that. They're going into their map pick next.
Just another game.
ALG trying to reset focus.
Quick spawn.
They want to stay in this one, and you know, this isn't over yet. You know, it is 3-1. Beginners are running with momentum, but ALG is ALG. They've gotten here for a reason. They have been playing very good over the course of this postseason, and it is why they have been able to advance all the way up through countless weekends of long play. You want to talk about stamina and endurance, ALG certainly have it. They've been conditioning for it over the last couple of weekends, and so I do think that we got to remember that ALG can still, you know, ride for a while. You know, I think 5 maps is a long time, but they like I said, they have been playing 5 or 6 maps every day each weekend, so they, you know, they're used to this by now.
Yeah, there's a good bit of practice going into it. You know, they've got veterans like Soda who know what it's like to play in these series, so they do have plenty of gusto left in them. But you know, I've played against beginners a good handful of times, and they have a way of taking it out of you. You know, to the credit that they beat them in hiatus tournament, sure, but it's 5 maps, you know, and 3 maps with beginners can really take a toll on you. You know, they really punish you for mistakes. They really punish you for every little thing for as long as they can do it, and it wears on you. So we'll see if they can handle that, the psychological and the sort of grueling part of this battle.
I mean, I said it early. I feel like we're getting a shift in strategy. ALG is definitely a fast 10A team. They're not slow, but beginners have been definitely up in their pace. I don't know if it's the if it's the timer now at 5 minutes or what, but they certainly seem to have adjusted and are pushing oftentimes with time left. I mean, we saw Smoils push for the last kill with a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, they've been adapting quite a bit, you know. Again, almost as if because of the casters, you know, being mean to them. They said, yeah, you know what? We can play fast too. And they sure can. You know, we've seen them do some wild stuff on Tanker. That's, you know, when that map comes back, that is the map where they can out-aggress almost any other team. And it's a beauty to watch. So they have been quick. I mean, here they've been taking their time. Here they've been going down to their standard minute 30 pushes, which we got about 45 seconds left to. We still got 10 up. You know, this is a good example of what the standard play can be like. But Captain Soda there gonna slow him down a little bit by knocking Stray Jack out of the mix.
Nice little early advantage to ALG. We'll see if beginners bounce back from it. They do well to not let these sort of things pile on, and so I do anticipate them to still play this methodically. And you know, they've taken their time. It's been 1 minute and 30, and they essentially held their positions waiting for ALG to push out, and ALG have done very well to stay hidden. They have been tucked into their positions. They're going to force beginners to push this objective. It is going to be chaotic.
Yeah, just over 60 seconds left. I mean, the grenade flurry that's going to come out here is going to be wild. The first one primed by Killinger, chucked in towards Virus. Not going to land where he wants it. Oh, and they took out the drone, the Volk drone, going down to that nice little over-the-top grenade.
Crazy. Perfect toss. Virus tucked in here. Pause looking for the angle. The push comes in, but Killinger sweeps him in the back. Meanwhile, Woods finds a kill of his own. Soda goes down. Suddenly, objective defense is looking a little bit weak. Nardu here in blue room. John swings, finds a couple. The trades ring out across the field. I told you it'd be hectic. ALG come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great... Oh, sorry, I won't do the full analysis, but that was a great little push with all 4 into that courtyard. Sleepy, take the rest away from me.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there. I mean, from what I saw, beginners were looking in all the right directions, with the exception maybe to the eastern defender. I can't recall who that was. It was either Seaquick or John, who were coming in from that side. But you know, there was someone watching the blue room, and then right as they kind of started to morph and mold their way over. How does a blob move? I don't really know how to, they started to move as a blob towards the objective, and then the eyes kind of started to fall off of those lines, and that's exactly where the kills came in for the end of the round, and with the exception of the last trade, obviously. But yeah, I mean, that was kind of, I really expected beginners to take that one with how that push started. I mean, a dual execution right there on those those western buildings there in the courtyard. And then, like I said, I saw nice looks for the remaining defensive angles as they started to approach, and then they just kind of fell off. And then that's exactly where those kills came in at the end of the round, and beginner or aimless able to keep themselves alive. But again, we said that was a possibility going into the last round, with beginners going up to going into a Marsoc round. Now, it was a well executed round, don't get me wrong, and Soda, of course, being able to take down one of their members could have also been the determining factor in why that push didn't work as well as it could have, because Stray Jack coming down the north side could have helped to take out Nardu in that blue room. But beginners are going back to defense here. We'll see if they have what it takes to hold out for one more round to secure this first map. Again, Aimless Gaming's map pick, and then go on to their own, where they'd hope to stretch that lead out to 2 maps. But we'll see as we get back into the rounds. I'll toss it back over to you guys.
They've gotten their bit of momentum back onto their side, but we shift objectives now to middle Humvee, and I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to make this cross unpunished. Their shots do come in from Pause, but they don't find any purchase, and ALG gets this east cross free and easy.
Yeah, they were talking about Pause making that push right at the spawn. They were talking, don't die to that guy. He's gonna be there, and they were right. Pause taking those couple of pot shots. I mean, to beginner's credit, he could have killed 1 or 2 there had the shots landed. They weren't cautious. They definitely just continued sprinting, but they were prepared for him to be there. So not having anybody go down, I think, is a stroke of luck in this particular case.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Pod's still waiting now for ALG to push in, and, it's not going to be an easy hold here. ALG have done well to swing angles with multiple people, and unless they do funnel into this courtyard area, Pause should have a tough time doing too much damage. We'll see if Soda gets a little overzealous, though.
He does indeed, and finds a headshot for his troubles. Pause there, now having to rotate out of that position. He's gonna have to be careful here. Seaquick is coming up on the other side. He's gonna be looking for him in this doorway. I mean, his team has definitely communicated that location. He's heard the shots. He's scanning the doorway, looking for the pick. Pause just staying tucked in, though. He doesn't need to move right now.
Pause probably just waiting for audio cues, waiting for any sort of indication that the enemy is pushed into this courtyard, and then he's going to make his move. He does still have eyes over towards Seaquick's direction, but I doubt Seaquick's peeking in this. Seaquick definitely doesn't seem to be... It was just odd, considering shots were just shot here from Pause. Pause just missing Seaquick there. The pillar just denying vision. Now Seaquick should be visible. Shots come in. There's the kill.
Echo 3.
And that's a interesting push, as I guess the way I'll phrase it. But, like you were saying, he heard the shots. He knew that there was one over there. The call out from his teammates were there. Odd to sort of abandon holding that angle and expose the back like that, but we'll see if the rest of ALG is going to be ready for Pause or not, because he could still pile on a few more.
Yeah, I think that Seaquick was just assuming that Pause was going to be tied up with the folks in the south, but it had taken ALG a long time to even make it to this little courtyard building here where Virus and Nardu are. So, he had no trouble scanning a couple of different spots, and Seaquick there not getting the read he wanted. Here comes the nade from Virus. Just a little check around the corner. Not going to matter to Pause in the slightest, but it will give him plenty of intel. about where this ALG team is approaching from, and it's what he wants. He wants them to give all this information. He wants them to take it slow. It's a minute and a half left, and they still got a long trek to the objective.
They really do. He is doing perfect to stall this offense. Nardu finally pushes up and gets him. Finally, this courtyard's cleared, but you hear the callouts. Nardu recognizing this is taking them a long time. They have to get moving, and now is when it becomes difficult to push in on beginners because they still have 4 alive and they have a nice kill box around OBJ.
Yeah, I see Woods is definitely going to be the first person they have to deal with here in this little courtyard, and he's already taken shots out.
One exploring somewhere.
There you go, the callouts come in. I mean, they've got the south kind of locked in now. Virus is going to have a hard time getting out of there, so they're pushing across the north. John and Nardu here making their approach. There goes Killinger on objective. That's going to open things up a little bit.
30 seconds, not a lot of time. Timer's ticking off here. John is going to crash out in the open. He looks for the kill. Strajek finds one over the top. John's here on objective. Shots ringing out. They tag him once. Strajek finds him through the window. He continues to push. Virus in the open. Strajek's here. Can he get the kill? Virus pushing in. Doesn't get it. If he finds that kill, there's a potential cap, but beginners prevent a push, albeit very close, and take map 1.
Yeah, very solid round there from the beginners defense. Very well concocted. They knew what they were looking for. Paz able to spot out the aimless spawn there very early on. He doesn't hit any shots, but he's able to put himself into a nice position where he grabs 2, almost 3. And in reality, what he does best is hold them up, right? Nightfire, you talked about that. He wasted a lot of aimless time there, forcing them into that really rushed, you could call it sloppy, but it wasn't really that sloppy. I mean, they were all together in a nice line. There was a trade out there. One member of the defense did get picked, leaving a possibility for a cap, which was ultimately shut down. But either way, they still made it. They made the best out of a bad scenario. But Paz really doing a great job at holding them up in that round, and then Icy Woods and was that Strajak to really lock down that objective there at the end and keep Aimless from securing another round and possibly putting themselves towards another, a map win. But they close it out, and then we move on to map 2. Noman, I mean, I'm interested to hear more about what your thoughts were, especially on that last few second push. Did anything catch your eye on that? I
mean, they definitely could have used the time they spent on pause, right? It really came down to they had to rush those final seconds, and it was all, at that point it stops being a strategy battle and starts being a who can fire their gun more accurately, quickly battle.
Right.
And I think that is where this championship experience comes in. I think that's where the shaky hand loses out to the steady hand. I think the nerves will play a part for ALG. You hear them saying things like, just another game. I was in the spawn for one of their Marsoc rounds. They're saying just another game. And I know that statement because I've said it to my team when our nerves were high. Do you know what I mean? Like that's not a thing you say when you're already cool as a cucumber. But you don't hear beginners saying just another game. They're out there just, hey, do your job.
Yeah, they're
do what you got to do
to work.
Yeah, exactly. So it plays a factor. I'm not saying it is the only factor. I'm not saying it's going to decide everything, but I've been there. I know what these feel like, and I'm hearing that in the voices of these ALG players. They want it, and they definitely deserve it for this climb that they've got, but it's a lot of work. You got to keep those nerves calm, and you got to hit those shots. That's really at the end of the day what you got to do is hit the shots.
Some players excel though in that pressure, coming from a pitching background, when it's your time to shine, it's oftentimes when you do the best. And so, I'm wondering maybe if ALG can sort of rally off of that mentality more, because I think that mentality has carried them through the Challenger Cup, the round robin, the semis, and now here on the finals. They have been playing confident and playing like they deserve to be here because they do, and that has worked for them. I think here they seem, I don't know if it's tentative against beginners, but it their strats just aren't quite working like they have been, and it seems to be throwing a little wrench in their momentum.
Yeah, I
We'll
haven't
see,
seen
though. It's
that
early.
much hesitation. There has been caution. There has been caution. I wouldn't necessarily call it hesitation, but it has been caution.
Yeah.
That final round with Paz is a good example. They were very cautious in that courtyard, and we haven't seen that level of caution from them before. Usually, they're confident in their refrag abilities, and they were not confident in that particular courtyard. I mean, they were when they did that final push, but it took them a while to get there. So we're seeing a little bit of that struggle, but plenty of matches to go as we get into the second map. Downfall will be map 2, the choice of beginners. They are starting off on Marsoc here, and Sleepy, I'm curious to know, are beginners saying this is a gimme? Like, oh, it's beginners on Downfall. Of course we're gonna win. What's the thought process here?
I mean, that's kind of my thought process. I'm sure that's why they picked this map. They took that first map, so strategically you would want to stretch your map win spread out as far as you can before going into map 3, because that puts the other team in a higher pressure scenario, because at that point map 3 becomes a do or die. You don't play out all 5 here. If beginners win the first 3 maps, you don't get a chance to come back in maps 4 and 5 for grace points. Like, that's it. So if beginners can secure this map, it puts Aimless under a lot more pressure than they're already under, being up against beginners, being in the finals, being in a best of 5, having played through all of these different weeks of postseason play. I mean, it can all be for naught in just a few more rounds if you let that pressure get to you. And beginners are hoping, I'm sure, to pile that pressure on. So yes, I'm thinking beginners definitely choosing this map for a reason. Aimless, though, obviously not too scared, because they didn't choose to ban the map. So maybe they're hoping they can get some points here, or even take this map away from the beginners. But from what I'm seeing, beginners looking to put that map lead stretch ahead of the Aimless team here with map number 2. But I am being informed, it looks like, of an ALG timeout at this time, so we may be a few moments before we actually get into this next round of action.
Well, in the interest of, I don't know, preserving voice, I suppose we could cut to an intermission. Hopefully it won't be too long. Should be only a couple of minutes. But it's interesting to think that ALG calling the timeout here, I think it can only be 5 minutes if it's a tactical timeout. Otherwise, it's 15 for a technical. I could be getting that wrong.
I think finals you get 10-minute ones, but I can't remember. I think the 5 minutes were for Challenger Cup. I think you get, I don't even remember, it might be the standard season 15 and 10 versions. But either way, it could be up to 10. So yeah, a brief intermission probably won't hurt. Have folks grab a drink of water, and we'll be back with our match here with beginners and Aimless Gaming pretty quickly.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for very patiently waiting. It didn't even go 5 minutes. All right, it was a brief intermission. ALG needed to collect their thoughts, so a bit of a tactical timeout to make sure that everything was in order and everything sorted, that they were feeling confident going into a beginner's map pick on Downfall, and that they had their strategies sorted. Here we are in round 1 already. Shots coming out from the likes of beginners early. That's going to indicate the spawn point, but they are not going to be pushing from that area. They are going to be rotating all the way around to the east.
Yeah, you got to wonder if, that tactical timeout was just that, tactical. They wanted to freeze out that beginner's momentum that they had started to gain, right? They scooped up that round win, and you don't want to just take a hot beginners and put them onto their own map pick and just let's fire off the round. I think it's one of those things we talked about the last couple of seasons is like, are people going to start doing that? And it seems like ALG may have chosen to do that.
When I think about it, I feel like I have heard this discussion before amongst other teams as well, where it's like, hey, look, if we lose this first round, there's gonna be a timeout next round. They plan this in advance, which is smart, because if you don't have that plan, then maybe instead of taking that timeout in your head, you're just thinking, let's get into the next one, and you just go, and the momentum continues to be on beginner's end. Suppressive fire coming in from Woods. This has been a key element to beginners' success on this map in particular. Suppressive fire has been fantastic for them.
And they seem to really know where to put it. I mean, they've got Sequick's, position in that brothel sort of tied up. That's why they're laying fire down on there, so Smoils and Killinger could get down here into the West Red truck without being harassed by sniper bullets. So there's definitely a good bit of map knowledge and of opponent knowledge that beginners is showcasing here. And ALG doing a great job of staying tucked in, not being baited out into shots, not losing early. So both teams just obviously top tier here in the finals.
Yeah, it is a very important element. When you're on this, when you're against beginners on defense, you can't afford to peek. It's just too risky. There's so many good shots, and I like the angle that John's holding. You're just going to see Killinger cross, and I wonder if he's going to do anything with that movement. Killinger seems to be very aware of John's position inside the second floor, and even more suppressive fire coming in from across the map. Pause putting rounds into that window. Everyone coordinating their suppressive fire into all these different locations to allow each individual person to push up.
Yeah, doing a great job. They have ID'd Killinger. John was able to call out White Tower, which is Killinger's position here in the in the northwest. And yeah, there's the continued suppression. I see Woods putting it down into the brothel, into the two-story helicopter, just keeping these windows tucked in long enough. But I mean, ammo is finite in Onward. So we'll see how much longer they can keep it up. At some point, they're going to have to start doing actual damage to bodies.
Yeah, they can't suppress forever. But they are getting close to objective. Killinger's right here. The nade toss doesn't go into the doorway quite far enough. Nardu finds Icy Woods on the backside, so that's going to be suppressive fire for Killinger gone. As I say that, Smoils comes barreling in, and Strayjack scoops up a nice long-range shot from across the map using that, That's
huge.
2 times.
It's a huge pickup because Nardu was the one tucked in a little corner, but it doesn't matter. John, CZ, and Soda will scoop up 2. Strayjack, meanwhile, evens things out just a touch. It's still Aimless Gaming's round to lose as they are up 3.5 to 2 with a res available on Nardu here. I don't think he's going to get it. Smoils and John trade out in the top here, and both down, both giving call-outs.
It's a 1v2. Strayjack and Virus going to be dueling it out. The call-out from Sequick, or to Sequick, excuse me, giving information on Strayjack's position, and you can see the crash here from Sequick. He is dropping back and shifting his position, maybe to prevent that res from happening, because you're right, that's something I'm sure Strayjack wants, but why go for it? You would be passing the objective to get the res.
There's only 20 seconds left, though. Barely. 15 at this point. And Stray Jack's got a rush. He does find Virus, but Quick there for the response will knock out that final beginner, and now Aimless Gaming take the first point on beginner's map pick. I mean, we are, we're in it. We're into the series now, ladies and gentlemen. Things are happening. Sleepy, thoughts on that first round?
Well, for a first round, not too bad from beginners, honestly. On the Marsoc side, they were able to root out some very well entrenched defensive units there. Now, ultimately, they did go down to some, I won't even really call them mistakes, but just some slips, some lapses, timing errors, things like that. You see Killinger go into the Marsoc tower, the 2-story helicopter building, but he happens to miss the additional room that's more recently been added up top there, or where that cover is. You can go in behind and tuck it now. So some relatively nuanced places and things going on. Then you had, of course, the face-to-face trade there between John and Smoils, up top. Leaving Stray Jack 1v3 in a scenario where he's going to have to push from a very interesting and tough position out to the open to try and get the uplink. So a tough position. So Aimless able to definitely secure a very solid defense there, and it was very solid. I mean, beginners really had to work to root them out. There's no questions about that. And maybe the timeout did work a little bit. Maybe it cooled off the momentum of beginners just enough for them to secure that first Volk round. Though admittedly, there are some that will argue that starting Volk on downfall is the way you want to be.
Well, we'll see if that's the case for beginners, because they are on their Volk round now, and they have a chance to tie the series up against Aimless Gaming's mirrored spawn for this objective. We'll see how that pans out as the round gets underway now. We've got drone out and confirmed. Volk drone cruising its way to East Red Truck, it looks like. We're going to follow along here. Take a gander. Oh, okay. Respectable little spot. I feel like it has a lot more. Well, I suppose the range is what kills it, right? You can't see very far with it. You gotta put it somewhere where you're gonna see people in a relatively short range. But you're not gonna see a whole lot, because this Aimless Gaming squad cruising on down to the south, opting for a basically full southeast approach to this objective.
True ALG fashion. I think they've actually been they've stopped the full man 5 push and have been investing in a lot of 4-1 splits that you don't normally see. I don't normally see a 4-1 on the offense, but ALG have been deploying it pretty regularly this series at least. And again, if you're beginners, I wonder if they've done their homework. I wonder if they know. Let's tune into ALG. They're theorizing. They're strategizing. They're trying to make sure they're all coordinated here.
Your map's fine.
Yeah. Looking for those shots.
Marsoc drone is out now. Cruising around above dumpster right now. Now it's above Center Hotel. Just kind of waiting for those shots. Stray Jack takes a couple of pot shots at it. And it's just kind of parked over the top of Center Hotel.
And we talked about suppressive fire putting out audio noise. The drone does the same. It is a distraction. It can prevent it can make it harder to hear the footsteps of enemies approaching you. You tack on suppressive fire on top of it, it's impossible. And it's certainly being utilized here to allow John to get himself up here and be right on top of this defense. Killinger's going to try and toss a nade out. It's going to be a little bit short. John's going to push in, and Killinger utilizes that time to catch him out. Really nice reacting off of the reaction from Killinger to get the kill.
Yeah, it was a great play. You know that grenade's gonna force that person inside, and then you know where they're gonna be on the inside. I mean, he, basically just ushered him into his bullets.
One hotel, center hotel.
And this is something that you got to know. These players have played all of Season 10. They have done their homework. They've watched the enemy play. They've played in scrims against the enemy, and they know who they're attacking based off of that sound of the voice, based off of, oh, I know that's Killinger talking, so he's going to be in this defensive position. I know how Killinger plays, so I'm going to try and play around that accordingly. It's all of these things get factored into the decision making, and constantly in every movement that they make.
Push now coming into center again. Nardu gonna try his chances on Killinger. Killinger rounds the corner. No love on that push. Straight Jack, meanwhile, scoops up Captain Soda on that West Street, and that's gonna bring the focus all down into the west, and there it is. Virus and Nardu with a great sweep.
Really nice.
Of that center hotel. 60 seconds left, though, 3v3.
Pixex not having any of it. Nobody is able to get past his lasers, his line of sight. He is dialing in on the enemy here as they try and push up. 40 seconds left. Pause finds himself a nice easy kill. Nardu trying to suppress, but we talk about this effectiveness of suppressive fire. Nardu's a little all over the place. Not necessarily pumping it into the windows to force the enemy to tuck in.
30 seconds, go.
Yeah, he was just trying to get his enemies into range, but you hear him do the call out there, 30 seconds, realizing he's the only one who needs to know that number, and no plan for a single man left alive as he runs into the bullets of the beginners, and they scoop up the tying point here in map 2.
Yeah, not really any surprise there. Beginners knowing exactly what they have to do on downfall. They do it quite well. I mean, that's why so many people ban this map against them, with the exception of maybe some of their EU counterparts who have played it so much against them at this point that they've started to figure out ways and plays to beat them on it. But yeah, I mean, pretty solid there. I was a little surprised that Aimless was able to completely root out both Killinger and Woods there from that center hotel. It looked like a pretty good ambush situation set up there from those two, but they just weren't ready for the additional backup coverage that Aimless had with them. But overall, still a very solid defense. I mean, the objective protection was never really lost that entire time. They still had Stray Jack on the objective. They still had two able to see the open cross. I mean, the only way you really could have come at that was for that suppressive fire to be on Stray Jack and be pushing someone up the West Street, which would have been really difficult to get someone into that position. And taking a little bit of a brief moment to touch on a point that Nightfire made, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and something I was really impressed to see, especially from the beginner side, I noticed it the most, was the efficient use of suppressive fire, not just spraying down an entire box of ammunition with those LMGs, or in the case of the SA-80s, the drum magazines. You can keep people suppressed with short 5-7 round burst fire from weapons without expending all of your ammo and making yourself effectively useless later in the round, depending on what weapon and if you happen to share that usable drum mags in the case of the SA-80 again. But anyways, looks like we're here on the dumpster building, and the beginners are going to get the quick spawn, and I'm not quite sure if Aimless did spot it or not. I think they did, but
I don't believe they did. I didn't hear a call out for it, but they're going to know right now if Captain Soda catches a bullet for his troubles. Definitely wasn't prepared for that bullet to come at him, but now they know.
Talk about kits and their effectiveness here, because I think it's something that has become more of a factor in the survivability of a player. If the player takes body armor, FMJ rounds, which are standard used for most players, will not land a kill upon hitting the target every time. Oftentimes, like there, Soda can wear a bullet and still be okay. Put a little syringe in the wrist and continue moving. The trade-off here is that you could take AP rounds and be able to penetrate the armor, but you get limited ammo. And so you don't see, obviously, a team like Beginners that likes to suppress limit themselves on ammo. And in some cases, it can allow for kills to go just missed.
Beginners still trying to get set up. They've got the rotation up here with Smoils and Killinger heading out towards the east, looking for their approach. I've been hearing the call-outs from IC Woods, giving information about where the positioning of these players is. He's been watching that white tower to give Killinger and Smoils the information about how they're going to approach. Do they have to worry about white tower? Do they not? And that is exactly what just happened there. You heard the IC Woods suppression coming out to see Quick's white tower spot, and that is what they were waiting for.
It's going to be a interesting push because Paw's definitely... I don't know what the plan is. They got 2 here still in the southeast. Most likely going to try and make their move up into that 3-story, but they're going to have to root out Soda, which is not going to be easy. Paws is going to go for it now.
2 red ice cream truck. 1 outside, west side. Sounds like second. Under or so. Unsure.
Callouts across both of them. Strayjack here reinforces. Both Soda and Paz and Strayjack are aware of each other's position. The question is, who's going to win this quick bit of swinging in? There it is. Strayjack over the shoulder. Paz gets the trade. A 1-for-1 bit of killing here. It is going to gain them a lot, though. They now get control of the 3-story, which is going to be a big distraction while the rest of Beginners move in from that northeast.
Yeah, the callouts came out from Soda, so Virus and Nardu very aware that center hotel now compromised. Soda was asking for a little assistance there. They weren't able to give him the look they wanted, and now the pressure coming in from IC Woods and Killinger gonna start to split their attention a little bit, and this is what needs to happen, right? They need to let Strayjack just chill for a second, get themselves into position, and then force his defense to have to look, 360 degrees.
Now this is suppressive fire. Woods is putting rounds directly into the earliest angle in that window that a person can peek, so that nobody can peek it. That's the point. Killinger pushes in. Seaquick tucked into a little bit of a different nook. He's not inside the room. Instead, he's here waiting. Finds himself a kill, and next up is going to be Woods on his hit list.
Oh, that grenade.
He almost threw that into the window.
That was wild.
Oh, here comes Seaquick with a nade of his own. Up and over.
John manages to pick up Strayjack in that center. And now things are getting a little spicy. Now it's a 2v4, only 45 seconds left, and Seaquick still the thorn in their side. He doesn't have to move. He has no reason to. Now Beginners are going to have to figure out where he is, kill him, make the push through. Smoils, meanwhile, does find one. IC Woods not prepared for Seaquick's position either. Goes down to him trading, however, and that's going to give Smoils the ability to confirm. And with 20 seconds left, he's got to find 2 picks to try to get this point on the board for a Marsoc round. He finds one.
Full confirm, no comms. John can't see this. Smoils can not cap in time. He has to pick up and he has to get the kill onto John up on the 2nd floor. John just holds in, and Smoils runs out of time. The first time in a while I've seen it from Beginners, but ALG take the round.
That was a rarity, but a good round overall. Sleepy thoughts?
Well, first thoughts would be, Aimless did a good job. I mean, if anything, setting the defense up to stall and hold the offense from getting to the objective. Not really as much in the realm of killing. I mean, they did get 3 kills, well 4 there by the end, but a little bit more time left on the board there, and Smoils would have had Aimless in a real tough spot, as they would have been up 3-2 here and going into defense to possibly take the 2nd map in the very next round, but that's not what happened. The time was not on their side, but I will have to give it to Smoils. A really impressive push for the amount of time that he had left, and You know, I think that was John that was left on the aimless side. You know, you got to be more active than that sometimes when it's down to the last few seconds. I mean, I know you feel confident. You've got a solid kill count. There's only one left, and there's only so many seconds you want to tuck in. But in that case, had it been, you know, any number of the fast cappers within the league in that situation, right? They could have darted into that basement, and they could have made that cap in the time that was left. And you know, you always have to be ready for those types of people. And I can't recall off the top of my head what kind of speed Smoils has the ability to cap with. I don't recall him being a super quick capper, but you know, I think he made the right call in not trying to even go for it. He at least tried to look for the kill, tried to see if he could root out where that person was and find the shots. But he, you know, just ran out of time, and that was because of the defense stalling them so long in that ravine.
Seaquick sitting here in this little nook, just disrupted. I mean, I didn't even know there was another. I didn't even know that was there. I've never paid close enough attention to see that extra little bit there, and ALG able to put up another round, continue to pile on to their lead. We'll see if they can snag a Marsoc round as we get into our round number 4.
Well, here they go, charging across 4-5 strong again.
A pack of Marsocs, as I saw it addressed in chat.
Yeah, a gaggle.
Go behind the chocolate, please.
A murder of Marsocs. There it is. That's the one I was thinking of.
Anyone Tom?
I guess it varies on who's playing. I guess I call Animal House a gaggle of Marsocs.
Yeah, yeah, correct. We don't have any. We don't have any bird. Do we have any bird themed teams? Because that would be a murder. Get on it. Season 11. You want to be called the?
We used to have
Pros.
Phoenix.
It's true.
Yeah, Phoenix was close.
I mean, birds
Phoenix
are rad. Why don't we have more bird teams? The Eagles. Come on.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, that's a. Never mind. That's a professional team. That's a little bit. I have some trademark issues with that one.
Well, you know, they don't have trademark on the whole bird. There's opportunities there, okay?
You're right. You're right.
Either way, we've got the setup from Aimless Gaming all tucked in, nowhere to go as they scan the horizon for these defenders. I see Woods does have a nice little line on Tenardi's spot, but it is quite distant, and if I know I see Woods loadout, which from here I don't, but it's an M249 or a G3 equivalent for the Volk side.
Let's play Was Noman right. Yep, there it is. G36C in hand. Oh, that is? Yeah.
No, wait. G36? That would make me wrong.
G3.
No, is it G3? G3.
G3,
Okay, I was
sorry.
going to say. I had to go fly over there just to make sure. I'm like, geez, there's no way he's got a G36.
Yeah, that would be a specialist.
Yeah. I know things. I know a gun or two.
ALG, though, playing this one, I wouldn't say slow, but methodically. You know, they're definitely taking their time getting into positions, making sure that they've cleared their angles. They now have full control of middle house, uncontested. An interesting defensive setup from beginners. I wonder how this is going to shake out. You know, obviously, remember, no smoke, so it's not like they're going to be able to blind the front here and deny vision. They're going to have to push out and cross into some interesting lines of sight, like Killingers and pauses. They're both waiting very late, though. These angles are for when ALG is committed to the push, when they are going to be in the open. That's when Killinger and Pause are going to identify them. That's the angles they're holding. And a nade actually tossed up into the second story. Nobody here. They're just methodically clearing out all 3 floors so they can have full control.
Yeah, they need it. They've got a lot of entrenched beginners to deal with. They need some high ground. At least one person, I have a feeling, is going to be tucked away up top here as they plan their charge to the objective. And they don't have long to go, but this beginner's defense is just saying, hey, you know, that's fine. We'll listen for your footsteps. We'll hear you coming.
Wow, Nardu pad out. an interesting pad out there. I feel like at that point, someone's on around one of those corners. They're going to shoot you, not your pad. But either way, he's there and has full control now. Everything is clear of this 3-story. Nobody's here. And there's 4 ALG, all waiting to pounce.
Dark room.
Dark room, upper dome.
The shots coming in.
Hotel Lucy fell down, went downstairs.
I see Woods there, single firing the G3. Well, nice little quick trade there. John CZ scoops up IC Woods a long range. Killinger with the response. Paz finds another, and ALG down to 3. Suppressive fire raining down onto Killinger, but yeah, he was still peeking that window. He's like, I don't care, you can't shoot me, and there it is, Killinger. Absolutely the linchpin of this defense, but Seaquick's on the inside. Paz now has to deal with this. He's rushing in. Seaquick trades out. And that.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Stryjek on that one, but that could have been a cap. If they don't win that trade, I don't know if they get there in time, Sleepy.
It would have been very close, but you know, Stryjek could actually get eyes into a good portion of that room where John wouldn't have been able to cap from. The only place he might have been able to tuck in is just inside that door in the corner, and
yeah.
I've seen that not even work for some people, just depending on how the IK manages to treat them that particular moment. But yeah, I mean, it definitely had me worried when I saw it going on. You know, because you saw it just slip right in there. He decided to stop worrying about Killinger, which in that situation was probably the best move, because had he continued to focus on him, he would have ultimately just lost out, because Killinger had so much additional backup that he just did not. So he definitely made the right call to run down and focus on Paz instead. Unfortunately for him, he was the last member of his team, so you know, even best case scenario, Beginners still had the weight on their side with 3 up. But had he gotten a clean kill, it definitely would have been possibly a different story. We could have definitely seen Aimless walking out of here with map 2 off that cap. But you know, Beginners doing what Beginners do and holding solid. I mean, a little bit loosey-goosey there, but overall they're still getting their defensive rounds where they need. Now they just need to find a Marsoc one to reset this imbalance of power back in their favor for them to take their map home.
Yeah, Nameless does not want to do that. They don't want to give Beginners that advantage. They lost their own map. They need to take this one away if they want to have a good chance. And I mean, you know, it's probably a question for the upcoming rounds, but it's only gonna get smaller from here, right? In terms of map size. You know, you gotta imagine that ALG is gonna go for something like Suburbia, or I don't know that they pick Quarantine against Beginners.
Cargo's there. Nothing's banned. Everything's on the plate here. ALG do well on Cargo.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, right? Is that Quarantine is on the table, but they're not going to pick into it. So they're going to take smaller maps. Beginners don't... I mean, they're good on smaller maps, but... yeah, I don't know. Anyway, speculation is for later. We got this round to get into. And the suppressive fire is out in force from IC Woods, who now takes a few shots himself.
Really nice movement from Nardu. He heard the suppressive fire from his teammate over the shoulder and moves in. Paz scoops up John, and Woods, all the meanwhile, just sitting up here suppressing. And I feel like this is the strategy that Beginners probably wouldn't deploy against boss fight, against a team that they know has a sniper, against Mayhem, against a team against a player like Defilade, because it is an incredible risk to stand there and shoot your LMG out like that. You're very exposed, but feeling confident here against ALG. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. Rightfully so. They found one already. Aimless Gaming off to a rough start. They need to continue to win Volk rounds. If they just trade Volk rounds back and forth, ALG are going to take Beginner's map.
What's interesting is they've opted for a bit wider spread of a defense there, but it pans out for Soda as he catches out one of the first rotations here to even things out just a little bit. And the suppression's still coming in. I mean, Beginner's got a long way to go. There's 3 minutes left, and some of them are still in spawn. That is not where you want to be with 3 minutes left. But they're, you know, checking. They're checking stuff quite a bit. It's just so interesting to see them so gapped.
They've got to be.
Paz taking out the drone here is a nice. That's a nice bonus for beginners. I'm sure that drone was
I think he's on the bird's nest.
not going to be helpful for their final push, but now they've got to start making that final push. They got to start getting into position, and we see them rotating out to the west now.
Paz took out a drone, and he's been concerned that there's maybe a defender up here, calling it out like he's certain there is, and no one's here. So a bit of misinformation getting relayed, and could be slowing up beginners unnecessarily.
Drone can jump there, so I think there's a place there.
Grenade not quite making it for the check.
On the second floor for sure. I don't know.
This misinformation is
Yeah.
costing them precious time.
No, we killed one power plant to bungalow.
Yeah, I'm on the stairs here, Killinger.
Yeah, one on down.
I'm up here. I'm up here. I'm up here.
Yeah, well,
There's one. There's one. In,
I mean, this is 30 seconds. 30 seconds burned. Trying to confirm this.
Killinger just goes for it. He just clears it out. Paz dropped off, radioed in all this information. Now Killinger is fully cleared. No one here.
there might be one downstairs. There might be one downstairs.
And now they're going to check downstairs.
A lot of time being
The Center
invested.
Hotel is just eating up the clock for them. It's been almost a minute that they went to clear this. And they got a lot of buildings to clear. It's not just this one.
One in the toilet of white building.
There we go. They've got some idea of a couple of the defenders left. Quick there, taking a little bit of fire. Soda, meanwhile, scooping up. Smoils is a big deal. That was the pinch.
Yep.
Now it's all just direct approach. They're going to have a lot of guns on them. Just over 60 seconds left, and there's a lot of work here. We might see beginners run out of time again.
We're
Really good job from ALG to keep them locked up right now. They know what they need to do. Buy time. They don't need to find those kills. They just need to slow them up. Seaquick wants the kills, though. Scoops up one over the shoulder of Killinger. Quick refrag there. Keeps things a little close.
White building kill is dead. We've lost shoot. What's the time?
35 seconds on the clock.
Wood's got to go, as does Killinger. They have to crash in, and look at this. ALG have all tucked in, all holding tight angles. Woods calls it out. A nade goes in. 20 seconds left. Actually, just a flash. Counter nade comes out. That's going to deny them any movement. Soda scoops up one. Killinger has to kill three with a pistol. The suppressive ammo biting them in the behind there in the worst possible moment.
Sleepy. What happened? What even happened there?
Misinformation held up the entire team for way too long. That's what happened. I mean, it's what it is. Like that call out took two additional, players to go over and clear it out, and I don't know why Paz couldn't just kind of clear the building out himself and keep the team moving on. And ultimately, it slowed everything up. The defense rotated back off the hillsides in the east. They started looking towards the center of the map. I mean, they let them kind of reposition and prepare for what was to come. And I mean, these two particular objectives on the southwest corner of this map are already difficult enough under this new meta without the usage of the smokes. But you go and you hold up your time, you waste your time, you take too long clearing out buildings that aren't even really necessary. I mean, yes, it is necessary to clear this one because typically you might find a defender or two in here looking for an ambush or something of the sort, but it was misinformation, and it was also something that didn't require the number of people that they took to clear out the building. So just a lot of attention drawn there when it could have been paid to the two defenders that were the only ones really on the objective when they had that advantage. At one point there was like 4 of them in position before the defense had rotated to where they could have taken advantage and kind of swarmed in and taken that win possibly. But we'll see. They're back to defense now as we continue the trend of trading defensive rounds. But will Aimless be able to take it here, or will beginners be able to shut them down?
Yeah, they gotta get 2 in a row now. Beginners definitely have their backs against the wall in their map pick. I don't think they expected this against ALG. It's definitely probably a curveball in their overall momentum strategy, right? Because as we were saying, maps get smaller, and I gotta wonder if it's going to favor that ALG team more because they thrive in that chaos. The pack of Marsox does well to crash through close quarters combat, and ALG are pushing this one out early and fast. This is more what I expected from them in this series. Not necessarily buying things down to the last minute, but being right up in here out the gate. Woods punishing it. Nardu down.
It's a quick first pick, but it doesn't matter. They've got a lot of people very close to the objective very quickly, right? A lot of that is the spawn they got, but there's still 3 beginners, you know, a good schlep away. I mean, Stray Jack now crashing towards that southern ravine should have eyes on pretty quickly. But yeah, this is dangerous. You know, this is dangerous.
Yeah, do they know Virus and Sequick have crossed that gap already?
I see Woods does have one already dialed in Center Hotel, and now that grenade should give Killinger and Pause some idea of where these guys are, but I think the comms there is going to be the biggest deal.
Just to give you perspective of what these players are seeing, there's no lasers, there's no name tags over each other's heads. It is a very hard to identify. I mean, you know, we see things through walls, we see nades. Sequick doesn't see this kill that he just got fantastically with the M203. Oh, no, they do, because they heard the audio cue of a downed body, so they are aware that they've got one in there.
He's down, he's down.
Yeah, they did call out that he's down. And now the call-out's coming in.
Is Paz gonna call out that Sequick's here? He's inside. He can put Pat out in cap. ALG are looking to lock this one in as Killinger comes crashing around, shutting down the cap. Very good move there. And now ALG into a 3v2 right on top of OBJ.
Sight dark room, sight dark room.
This is how they should have been playing this. Quick and dirty. They are right up into the grill of beginners, right out of the gate, and it is doing wonders for them. Killinger, the only one alive, but he's in the best space to be. And they don't have that M203 to root him out.
Yeah, he's going to have to play guerrilla warfare with them here as they continue to pressure him. And they got 2 minutes. Soda with the headshot. We'll find that kill, and no gimmies for any team here today on their own maps. I mean, this is Aimless Gaming cruising in. That's the first Marsoc round of that map. And Sleepy, thoughts on that Downfall map as a whole? I mean, wow.
I guess I kind of saw what I expected to see from Downfall. A lot of watching of the objective very tightly. A few plays for the objective, mostly from the aimless side. Beginners not really getting on top of the objective per se, as in able to make a cap, with the exception of Smoils, who, as we all know, ran out of time. Killinger, though, you know, making a play there, stopping that cap from aimless. I'm sure nerves really get to that guy on objective in that moment, because it did take quite a bit of time. Killinger able to rotate all the way around that building and in to secure that kill. But, you know, Aimless definitely earning the win here on map 2. We'll go into map 3 tied up 1-1, and I'll be interested to see where we go from here. It goes back to Aimless's pick, assuming we're going to go something small so that they can try and do what beginners were trying to do here, which is spread the lead. But, you know, as much credit as we give Aimless for cargo, we can't write off beginners. Beginners are freaking solid, and they've showed us that they know how to play aggressive and fast on this map as well.
Yeah, I mean, ALG's been doing a great job, though. I don't know. Even my prediction feels shaky at this stage. It's hard. You take Downfall away from beginners, and
that's wild.
It's not a small feat, man. You know, for any team that's played them who's watching right now, I think you know what a challenge that can be. They are organized. They know what they're doing.
I mean, they just beat beginners strat-wise. Like, that's what happened there
Yeah.
on Downfall. Their strats were better against the beginner's defense. That early push for the final round was the perfect move. They had been playing passively otherwise, and then suddenly they're up right. You know, it caught beginners off guard very clearly, and a solid bit of work from this ALG team, seemingly already, you know, kind of adapting on the fly a little bit, getting more suppressive fire out over the course of that Downfall map. Now here we are on Cargo, where things get close and brutal, and I'm interested to see if ALG are going to be challenging beginners, if they're going to be getting right up into their face out of the gate, if they're going to play an aggressive defense, an aggressive offense. What's it going to look like, and how are beginners going to try and react? It's to Sleepy's credit, beginners know what they're doing. On every map, they are good. You can't count them out anywhere. So Cargo is certainly one of those where they've played it enough. They know what's going on.
This objective to this south center, diamond, I think is what some of the teams call the little diamond of boxes around it. Objective is, it's an aggressor's paradise. It is it's Cap City. It's where teams love to, chuck their flashes, chuck their frags, and then get in there with pad in 20 seconds into the round and punch in the code. I can't see Aimless just throwing caution to the wind and doing that. I think they're gonna take a little bit more time, but I don't know that it's hard for me to say. I don't want any team to be sitting on their haunches just waiting in this map. I think that aggression is gonna win out in a lot of cases, but it's a lot on the line. This will take you up 2-1 in the series. Put you in a good position for the next map to take the whole thing. So it's the pivotal map right now. It is I think who wins this will win the series. That's kind of my prediction. I'm gonna put my foot down. Who wins Cargo is who wins the series. That's where I'm going with this one.
Okay, we've had a back and forth so far. 4-2 apiece. Beginners taking ALG's map, ALG taking beginners map. I don't know what's going on. This has been this has been a great finals so far. This ALG team to take that map, they played Downfall so well. They got momentum. Can they ride it going into Cargo?
The suppression coming in, and it's going to be chaos here raining down as Paz finds the first pick on defense, and we're seeing the aggressive defense. And the offense is chilling. This game is being played backwards right now. Grenade downing Killinger is a big deal. Stray Jack, meanwhile, does scoop up in the tunnel. But Captain Soda's here on the inside. Is he ready for Woods? He is not.
I liked the play, though. He wanted to try and do something sneaky. He wanted to thread the needle of the defense because he knew Paz was pushed forward and Stray Jack was in tunnel. Really nice reaction from him to try and go for that play, but it just doesn't work out because they still have Woods and Smoils on the backup.
All quiet as Nardu and Quick still on spawn side, still taking their time. This is the problem, though. If you're gonna be aggressive, if you're gonna push like Soda pushed, you gotta have your team. You need to have that refrag opportunity. It's rare to see right now in this postseason for ALG not to be set up for a refrag.
Again, maybe it's the pressure, maybe it's the amount of games they have to play. Not sure what the impact is here on this team, but Smoils finds another. And beginners
Nice
their
at
Marsoc
aggressive defense. I can't even.
Execution from the beginners there with their defense. I mean, you watch there as Icy Woods just heard the approach from that attacker, and he knew right where to go. He maneuvered out from the center of the map. He looked right over there, took his shots, and closed it out. I mean, the beginners, they've played this map thousands of times at this point, I'm sure. They know what a sound sounds like. Even after all the sound updates that have gone on with different versions that we've seen in patches since the Quest release, beginners spend that much time in this game. They still know where everything is. when it makes a sound. They know right where to go once that sound has been made, and it was proof of that right there at the end. But yeah, that aggressive defense, Pause coming out hot out of the gate, getting that first kill and really setting the pace, and Stray Jack helping out with his tunnel ambush, and the things just getting hot from there. I mean, Soda making it all the way to the objective, but seeing Dr. Killinger's bodies and going for that first instead of keeping eyes up kind of thwarts that. But a good attempt either way, and we're going in hot here in Cargo.
It is what we expected Cargo to be.
And it is.
It is what we know it to be. It doesn't change. Cargo is Cargo. It is played this way by everybody, and it's chaos. It comes down to what team can thrive in the chaos. What team can refrag appropriately and adjust off of losing one or two fast. Beginners are definitely a team that can. It's going to come down to if ALG are going to be able to battle out this Beginners offense as we hop into round 2.
Every round it is.
All quiet on the ALG side.
I'm gonna hold that door.
Been busy in that pre-lobby, getting all their strategies hatched out, and here comes Beginners barreling in with suppressive fire.
LG just avoiding it. No need to deal with it. The first frag, though, coming in. John CZ going down. Soda almost rotating into that second confirm, but the res does come out quickly. This is going to mean that John can only take one bullet, though.
Soda catches out that cross. For all the suppressive fire they put out, they didn't move under it, and Soda peeks out when there's nothing going on. Finds himself a kill. Beginners down one. 4 minutes left. Waiting for the aggression to come out from ALG. It's seemingly the strategy for Beginners.
Now again, we see the wait for them to make a mistake. I was expecting to see that same sort of peaky aggression from Beginners on the offense. I think they've been using that peaker's advantage quite a bit, on the defense there. And I think they know that on a map like Cargo, you got to be the aggressor. You're more often than not at least going to have the trade go in your favor with a down, if not just straight up kill somebody. So they have been using it, but to see them slow up like this, interesting. I mean, it's not ineffective yet. They are a man down, 2 men down, as John CZ finds Stray Jack on the long angle.
Just again, waiting for Beginners to make their advance out of their spawn side. 3 minutes left, though, and Beginners, they tend to utilize every minute to scan and clear. Killinger is waiting to see if there's going to be any sort of movement from Soda. Pause is slowly inching his way down tunnel.
If he stays perfectly quiet, he's going to have a nice little angle on John here through this little crack.
Don't think he can see enough to that side. I think the crack is it's very much straight out from it. That you can get a little slice of life, but John not quite exposing himself. Maybe Pause ID'd him and just saving that for his back pocket.
Oh, that grenade will make sure that it doesn't matter. So that takes John out. Now Captain Soda rotating right into Killinger's line of sight. And the defense starting to struggle as Pause finds the backside of Virus. Now Nardu, one of the last remaining here, the last now, as Smoils confirms C-Quick, and Nardu's checking tab. He's on objective, trying to prevent this cat. It looks like, look at this this offense. They don't want to kill him yet. They're trying to get someone in for Cap. There it is, possible. Paz will clean that up, and Beginners take a 2-0 lead. I think this is the first 2-0 lead early in the map so far in the series.
Yes, they've done a pretty good job at trading just about every round, whether it be a single point trade or a cap trade. These two teams have done a good job about keeping it pretty well back and forth. So yeah, first time we've seen no points get put up from one side or the other in this series yet today. Beginners doing a good job and doing a great job to come back from that 3v5 deficit once Soda rezzed John there. Yeah, great bit of use of the time that they had on such a small map on Marsoc when they really needed it. So kudos to Beginners on that play. I mean, but you can't really take away from Aimless there. That defense really holding them back for quite a bit. And, you know, some well-placed grenades there. One from Soda, I believe, which took down Killinger early in the round. And then another one later on, which also managed to take down a member of the defense. I can't remember who that was, but
it was John CZ twice. He went down.
Yeah.
He got rezzed by Soda and then killed again by the second frag. And then Soda rotated into that death by kill. I mean, it was why that slow play made sense, right? They did the damage they needed to do, and they got into the positions, long range in the tunnel, did the damage, and then just closed in from all sides.
An excellent bit of play there out of Beginners. ALG trying to hang in here. They cannot afford to let their map pick go to waste. To let Beginners pick what could be the series decider is not ideal. So ALG definitely want to come out on top here, force that 5th game guaranteed. But we'll see. Well, not guaranteed, I suppose, if they can't win 2 in a row. But already an early kill. Oh, and T-kill. No, killed himself.
Now that should be a quick res, though. Now it's a 4v5 with the defense playing quite tucked in, and you have to wonder if they're gonna do that same sort of aggressive reacting off sounds, or if they're gonna try and do a true tucked in cargo defense for this. Subjective is the furthest north that you can get, tucked in behind that red container.
I like that move. Soda throws a nade to the corner and instantly pushes up off of it because he knows that where he threw that, the enemy most likely dipped back off of their coverage, and so he advances here.
Why not Black Race?
Still just waiting. I hear the priming of nades as they come out. Right on top of Killinger's head there. But still tucked in. Here comes the 3-4 man push from Aimless. I mean, one good defensive nade, and this could spell disaster. I don't think anybody's in a good spot to toss that nade, and definitely not enough intel yet to know that. But the suppressive fire rings in, and I mean, an eternity in cargo time still on the clock.
ALG doesn't need all the time that they have available, though. They're wanting to push forward. Pause. Finds one, evening the odds back a little bit for 4. John wants to push up, but the nade there stalling him just a scotch. Spyrus finds Strayjack. We're into a 4v3 with ALG looking to pressure in onto this defense hold here with 4 in that center area. No frags have come out. A lot of flashes, though, to deny an early entry.
Yeah, a lot of suppression on both sides. Oz swinging, finds another on Nardu, and they're keeping it as even as possible. Soda down by Virus's attempt to kill Paz there, and now they're both challenging again. The pressure is here. Spoil swings, finds all 3, and beginners charge into a 3-0 here on map 3.
This is
Wow,
really...
I wish you could see the face I'm making right now from that stanky play that Smoils just pulled out. Oh, the lineup from ALG. And, you know, kids, that's a lesson about lineup and spacing when it comes to CQB matchups. You know, they laid out a 2-kill right there for Smoils on a platter. But for him to go and rush John and take the third to end the map, what an impressive play. But, I mean, you know, here we go again. You think Aimless have it based on the early round. They get a couple of picks in. They're holding the man, you know, the player advantage. And then all of a sudden, bing, bang, boom. And we see beginners taking the round win here on Cargo. I feel like we gave Aimless a lot of credit, and a lot of credit is due. They're doing a great job here on the map. But beginners experience seemingly putting them once again just a little bit over that edge.
I gotta agree with you there, and I think it's probably something to call out because ALG is a bit of a newer team as a whole. You know, with a few veteran players, this is definitely, to me, it looks like they came into round 1 and got beat up a little bit. They maybe were playing more like this, where they felt they had the kills but didn't. They move to downfall, and then they start getting the kills. They start finding the kills they need and moving really nicely off of it. When they get the kills they need, ALG can react appropriately if they're feeling good. Now here on Cargo, maybe, again, getting a little overconfident like they were on Bazaar, feeling, okay, look, let's just get in there and get those kills and keep it moving. Beginners are not allowing that to happen. They've shut them down here. Now the question is if we go to that 4th map, or when we go to that 4th map, is ALG going to then rally back and answer back in kind? Are we going to keep ping-ponging between different styles of ALG?
Well, we also haven't seen Quarantine, and I wonder if beginners are saving that as kind of a second ace in their pocket to pull out, because that's another map where they're just really, really strong on.
And for those of you who couldn't hear Sleepy over the roar of LMG fire, he said Quarantine is going to be maybe a map that beginners have in their back pocket, which I do agree with you on that, Sleepy. It certainly seems like something they're going to want to go to next.
Effect. Do I need to ask again?
It's all patience right now. It's all just a game of you know, it's like beginners know that Aimless is just on edge.
Yeah.
You take somebody down to 0-3 on a map, you're gonna get those nerves going, and they're kind of just abusing it right now.
Brajak with a nade. Catches out John. Virus on that rotation, gonna try and pick him up. If they overpeak this, they could go down, so we gotta be careful. Be quick is. John gets up nice and easy.
Oh, it hit the door.
3 minutes left again, and beginners not as close to the objective as ALG were on their go around, but you know, to Sleepy's point in his analysis, they're also not stacked up, ready to be double, triple killed. So it makes sense. It just is when you make that final push, you cannot do it disjointed. You can't walk in one by one. You need to have some semblance of coordination. We'll see how it is. They've got the setup proper. I mean, you take a look at them sort of like in the overhead, and they've got every lane covered. They've got their angles covered.
Oh, nice little nade toss out. Forces the rotation from Virus.
Got him out of position, and now that pressure comes in, but the defense winning out here, holding those angles. Icy Wood still just down. Killinger sweeps on. Nardu doesn't grab that kill, surprisingly. And now it is just one beginner versus 4 ALGs. They said, no, we are ready. We are ready for this defensive round.
Kills definitely not going the way here. The flash catching out Strayjak. And John with a nice swing. A good bit of play there to shut down beginners. And you can hear the comms. ALG are focused. They are not
He just did
out
this
mentally.
Moyles. He just did the same. He literally did the exact same play as Moyles for that last round when he swung and got that kill. It was a nice little callback there.
Yeah, pretty good round. Some things looked a little weird from the spectator side, but you know, there's a bit of an issue with us seeing exactly what the player models are on the board and such like that. But a few firefights that I definitely didn't see going the way that they did, but Aimless able to tie that round off with a nice little bow on it and keep themselves alive here. But now beginners back on the defense, and this is a very similar objective to the one that we just saw, basically just on the opposite side of that shipping container. And so interestingly enough, I'm sorry, we are still here. So we'll probably see a similar defense from beginners here on this next round. And if the last time they've set this defense is any indication, we'll probably be seeing the beginners take this map here. But it's always an unknown here on the VR Master League. It could be Aimless's time to shine and come back. I mean, you can hear in their voices after they won that last round, they still have a lot of vigor still left in them. So we'll see if it carries them through, but they've got to pull out nothing. They've got non-stop round wins ahead of them. Now, if they could get a cap here, that would obviously be very helpful. Put them in 3, put them on the defense, and then they'd be in a good spot to take this map back. But we'll have to see if they're able to do that as we get into our 5th round.
Yes, indeed, we will. Beginners have done pretty dang good on defense. You know, I don't. They've gotten I don't think they've been capped on yet. Granted, they lost the defensive round there on downfall to lose the map, but they are, the cap I think is going to be tough here for ALG. You know, to come out here and get up to this objective with no smokes and get into a position where you can enter in a code and no one's going to check that angle, I think is going to be very unlikely with the beginner's squad. And if ALG go for it, it could cost them. It could cost them a couple of deaths that they could have otherwise utilized to try and push in and kill the opponent. So I don't know what ALG's thought process is here, because they're not done yet. Their backs aren't up against the wall quite yet, right? They can lose this one and we're still going to another map at the very least. So, you know, I think that mentality, maybe that's why they're able to still stay focused here, even though they're down 3-1 in this 3rd map. But we'll see as we hop in to round number 5, ALG versus beginners, and beginners on defense. Oh no. Quick peeks out with the shield. Woods IDs him, starts to put shots onto the shield, and as that happens, the peek comes in and Woods just happens to find a kill.
Down 1. Ison early is not good for ALG. It is good for beginners, though, as they've opted to tuck in and wait. Again, not surprising here. No reason to be overly aggressive. You got a lot on the line. You just wait until they get into the kill boxes and react. I mean, that's how Aimless got that last round, and taking a page out of that book is going to do them a lot of good. These nades, the distances on these nades, is out of control.
I do want to ID one thing here from Quick. The way you hold the shield is important to note. You may think it's odd that he's angling it slightly like that. The reason he's doing it is to allow clearance for his knees, the kinematics of his knees to move also behind the shield, because otherwise, if you hold it vertically, they can clip through and you can get shot through your shield. So something that these players have become well aware of. They've been trained in the way of shield usage, and that's why Quick is pushing up like this. Oh no, a team kill from beginners evens the odds.
What?
Not what you want to see. A big mistake.
I just...
Big mistake from Smoils.
Yeah, triangle.
If it hurts him though, this push getting ready to be mounted, the shield pushing in, it's certainly causing a distraction for this beginner's defense as the flash comes out and over, it completely blinds C. Quickie tries to tuck in. Virus watching his back, gets Woods trying to rotate off the flash. A nice pickup. Beginners now down to 3.
Just like that. I mean, it only takes one mistake. Only takes one person not having their angle to really shake things up. And yeah, now ALG on the advantage. 2.5 minutes left. They're still trying to ID where these positions are.
Tom's on point. Nardu finds one. Oh.
It comes out. Paz finds the pick, and now it's a 2v1. And there it is. C-Quick scoops up 2. Aimless Gaming not out of this yet, Sleepy.
They sure aren't. A good attempt by them. They were able to take it down to the wire there and pick off the beginners one by one. And beginners will have to now try and make their map fight on offense. And we all know that that is not the way you want to have to win a map. Much easier to, well, so we thought, much easier to sit back and defend for that last point than to go on the attack. But the beginners have been doing well on offense, so it will be interesting to see if they're able to continue that trend going forward here, or if they're going to shut down under this pressure of a comeback. I mean, it's just, I don't know, maybe that little bit of it, that little extension of a pause that we had between the last round was enough to just interrupt the mindset of beginners there. Who knows? It really gets hard to say at this point. I mean, obviously we can't hear what's going on in the tent. We can only hear what's going on when we're close enough to have the cameras right over top of the players. You know, there's a lot of stuff that we don't know as casters, even though we have a lot of stuff we do know that the players don't. You know, the same works in reverse, where we don't know exactly what they're hearing, saying, or even thinking. So a lot of stuff that goes on that we just cannot understand from up here, and the same for them. But yeah, a great play from Aimless nonetheless. They put themselves back on the board after, well, I won't say after a drought, because they've been putting those points up kind of consistently now that they've got there first.
It's just one downfall.
Yeah. Well, no, I meant because beginners put up 3 unanswered points in the beginning of this one. So, yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job of staying alive and keeping the morale high, keeping their heads on straight. So as long as they can do that, I mean, who knows what could happen? They could still come back and end up taking this map out from underneath beginners, but they could also be on the brink of destruction via the next map if the beginners are able to secure this one round. So we'll have to see, but it's back over to you guys for the round.
Yeah, I really don't feel like beginners are doing anything out of the ordinary. I just think it's ALG playing well. You know, I don't think there's anything on beginners' end that's disrupting them. I just think ALG are beating beginners on some of these plays. That shield usage was so nice to get up to where they did, and early pre-fire rings out to deny any crosses, but everyone gets set up and they're now all ready to rock. ALG comfortably awaiting the push of beginners here. They want to pile on. They want to tie this up 3-3. They want to take this map and be the ones that are pressuring beginners next map. They don't want to give this one up. You definitely don't want to have your backs against the wall. That's certainly a tough space to be in when your whole season's on the line, when that whole first place prizing is on the line. It's a lot that gets factored into your mindset, and ALG have done really well to just play their game, stay focused despite losing 3-0 quick, and they've already got a nice early lead here. 5-4. Oh, as I say that, Smoils evens the odds.
Quick on middle.
Yeah, they didn't spot Soda getting into that green barrels, and he was able to scoop up Paz, who was absolutely unawares of that positioning early on. But evening things out like this, again, we said it in the last round when Smoils got that TK, it makes a difference. It makes a big difference in how this defense can hold their angles. And I gotta say, 4 beginners versus 4 aimless, I would take the four beginners, you know, on offense.
Hail Mary.
There's one on the right.
Virus almost needs Soda.
What did he say?
If he had thrown that any shorter, it would have been a team kill. So fortunate that it goes as far as it does. I think he was trying to chuck that all the way to Wood's location, and if he had really thrown it, maybe there would have been some down there, but Wood's alive and well here with LMG. 3 stacked up on the opposite end. And Beginners just sort of feeling out how this ALG defense is positioned.
All quiet on the southern front until IC Woods breaks the silence and does a little bit more suppression on green barrels. I don't think Soda is going to want to peek anymore. I think if he just stays tucked in, he's going to have a much better time, especially with IC Woods giving him the business every now and again.
Flash comes out up and over. Nabe tries to hit out Soda. Good toss, but not far enough. He's got another one, though. That one. Almost perfect. If it had rolled off the ledge of the rooftop, Soda's down, and they got these barrels clear, but they don't, and it really hurts your push in through center cargo. This defensive position oftentimes is nated because it's so effective.
It is incredibly difficult to unseat, especially if you're not standing. You're tucked in behind those barrels. That is a needle to thread.
It is a very meta spot. Everyone knows that someone's going to be there.
It's a tense moment right now for Beginners. I mean, they want to take this. They do not want to go back onto a defensive round. There it is. Killinger scooping up that Soda pick.
Big swing there. Oh, and the slice of life through the crack in the wall. He finds another. Killinger finds one for himself, and Virus is here. Swings wide. Beginners get the kill and the map, and what was looking like a potential ALG revival, if you will, a comeback to pile on 2 maps in a row is shut down by Beginners. We are now 4-2, moving on to our 4th map where ALG have to win. If Beginners take this map, it is going to be Beginners as our Season 10 finalist.
That is right, Nightfire. Like we said, they get the position now to put the pressure onto Aimless, and you know they have a bevy of maps still at their choice. You know, at this stage with the best of 5 format and the more limited number of maps in the pool than traditionally, there is no banning phases, so all of the maps are still on the board, with obvious exceptions being the ones we've already played: Cargo, Downfall, and Bazaar. So still a few key maps on the table. Both teams are quite strong on. You've got Q1, you've got Subway, you've also still got Suburbia on the board. Suburbia, kind of a toss-up. I don't know which one I would go with on that one. Q1, I'd probably lean more towards the Beginners, as they just have more time on the map, more experience overall on it. Though, of course, everyone at the top is still dealing with the same changes to the map that everyone else is. And if you came into it learning that map as it is now versus how it was versus how it is now, you might actually have the advantage there and not be stuck remembering old spots or old peaks or old lanes that used to be there that may not be anymore. So really hard to tell where it's going to go or what's going to happen once we get there, but still a lot of options left for the Beginners and for Aimless to be able to take this to a full 5 series.
Yeah, very true. I gotta wonder where our map, where we're headed for our next map. Beginners have played Suburbia well. They played it well in the semis. They have good drone positions that are going to be unique and most likely not picked up by ALG. I think it's going. But Quarantine is. I don't know. Have they been playing Quarantine well lately? I think Beginners lost to Mayhem on Quarantine in the semis.
They've had close rounds on Quarantine, but definitely not infallible. And again, you know, like Sleepy mentioned, it is an adjusted map. Yes, it's been adjusted for half a season, but an adjusted map nonetheless. And when you have 2+ years experience on the old version, it's a lot to forget. You know, it's a lot of information to have to just selectively sift through and forget the different things that have, that you're so used to on that map. So I don't know. I would almost say I would side with the ALG if they were to go quarantine. Yeah, especially if they pick into the map and start Marsoc. I think ALG has the better strategies. The way that they move together and the way they're always ready for refrags, the way they've been playing on bigger maps, I'm kind of siding with them. The way I saw them play on Downfall, I think could work really well on Quarantine. So I think Suburbia would be the play here if you're a beginner. But I don't know. It's a tough call.
It is.
I'm sticking with the fact that I think beginners taking this map is a death knell for ALG. I think that this is going to be a tough one. And now our map 4 is decided, folks.
Sleepy was right.
Sleepy's always right. Okay, we got to remember that.
Learn it,
Quarantine,
folks.
the map number 4. I'm trying to remember when the last time we went to all 5 maps in a finals.
Every time Global and beginners play each other, I'm pretty sure.
Pretty much. I think
Was
it was.
Though?
I mean,
I feel like it was always one or the other winning out.
No. I think it was at least 2 seasons ago we had a full 5.
Okay.
I think last season was a full 5 as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've only had 1 or 2 since I've been a caster, at least, that have gone quickly in the 3-0 or the 1-3 series.
I got my feelings backwards then.
They've kept him close. I mean, that's always been the thing about Onward Finals play for me, is that it goes to 5 maps because the teams do not want to lose, because they're good, because they've practiced. It means that everything is working as it should, right? Like, if we saw 0-3 sweeps in finals, I'm sure there'd be a lot more questions in this community about, who's matching up against who. But it has almost always been a good fight. And that's one of the things I've never been worried about in finals. It's like, oh, this team is outmatched or whatever. Sure. It's always been pretty good. So Quarantine is interesting here. Beginners starting off on the offense. It really is going to come down to these Marsoc rounds. I mean, right, boys? Like, it has just been a Volk-sided kind of day, with a couple of cargo exceptions here and there.
Yeah, and the 1 cap from beginners in the first round of Bazaar, or on their first Marsoc round of Bazaar.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's been mostly trading out Volk rounds with a few slight exceptions, like you said. I mean, that just tells you how closely these teams are in strategy. There are a few lessons still to be learned, I think. And you can take it with a grain of salt, really, if you want to call them lessons or tips or what have you. But the ALG squad-based gameplay is really working. Obviously the high potential for refrags is there. The ability to cover the back, of your fellow teammate is there as well. But there are some downsides to it. So you have to, there are some things that I see on the aimless side that they could do to improve their squad-based tactic play without giving it up entirely. I mean, you don't have to give it up just because spacing or line issues become a problem for you. You just need to figure out a way to adapt and change that. Maybe do offset lines, learn, go back and look at old World War II firing squad formation types and see like how they operated and see how they would cover each other. Those tactics, those strategies apply in this game. I mean, essentially you are a small fire team tasked with taking out another enemy fire team and or upload your information through a satellite uplink to your TACCOM. So in reality, you are these same types, you are these soldiers, you are these squad-based tactics that you can read up on. There's publications out there that you can read up, and I know that some teams have done this. So you got to be ready for those teams who are willing to put in the time, at the desk as well as behind the weapon and on the trigger.
Now is when the teams are tested. We are now past the threshold of a regular series match that they have experienced throughout the entirety of their Season 10. This is the only time that teams play a best of 5. And this is the only time that you're going to get an opportunity to play a team for more than 3 maps. So here we are on map 4. Is Beginners going to be able to take this map and secure the finals, or is ALG going to bounce back like they have been and rally here? We hop into Quarantine for map number 4, round 1.
Callouts coming out from Killinger. They have ID'd the cross of Seaquick in the south. They know the position of at least one defender. Not going to make that approach that much easier, but it is intel enough to slow them up and try to deal with that southern person first, because that is a big defensive position. I mean, that stops so much of the map's rotation, and we've got, you know, Killinger here on the stairwell, just waiting for Seaquick to pop up and over.
The weird spot to hold and not peek up and over too, you know, to get over there and then not check. I guess he's here for audio to maybe make sure nobody's pushing early in the east, but eventually he's going to have to pop his head up. And actually, I like this play better. He shifted off and denied vision from Killinger through that window, and he can hold this lane pretty nicely from this little hilltop here.
Rest of the defense pretty tucked in. I see tablets in hand. One of them doesn't even have a gun in his hand yet. I mean, they're in it, just waiting, just chilling out, relaxing. There's no beginners coming for another minute and a half, says ALG. Why get my gun all greasy with my handprints? Just kind of sit here and wait. Just wait it out. And it's, you know, they're not wrong. The beginners are still
Anyone's gonna get up to these
making their approach, but make no mistake, they are moving. I mean, I see Woods, Killinger, Stray Jack here all in a nice little line.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully so does
Starting to sweep the south, keeping those eyes on Seaquick's positions.
The point of ALG, they are right. I mean, beginners are not going to get aggressive on this objective of all objectives. They're going to stay methodical, slow, work their way up. They're not going to run out of time, but it's not going to be until a minute where they're really on the objective. So for those that are defending on OBJ, they know they can sit back and wait. Like you said, they don't need their hands on their gun. They can just look at the tablet all day and wait for those first bits of gunfire to go out. Seaquick doesn't want to check up over this ridge, and if he does, he would have found 3 beginners.
Also would have probably found a bullet. A bullet exiting a rifle into his face. Again, staying tucked in until he gets a call out from Soda or Virus. Makes sense here. You know, no need to put yourself in what is definitely imminent danger.
Now, we've seen some teams, what I like to call threading the needle through a defense, where they can sometimes find a small gap in coverage and push their way up to objective and get a cap. I feel Icy Woods is going for that thread. He's trying to get up here undetected. Seaquick's shutting down this east push. As he swings up, he finds 2. Killinger's looking for the refrag. He's able to get it. Very important one at that.
Virus and Nardu surprised by Icy Woods' grenade here. Icy Woods has another, but it goes a little wide, the flash.
This is the push, though. 45 seconds. Killinger crashing in. He's on objective. Woods finds 1. The pickup on the opposite end from John's there. Nardu now swings out. The kill's here. Killinger's on objective. He's pulling the pad. He's punching in code. John can't get here in time. Killinger could sip a cup of tea and punch this code in before he gets killed.
Ooh, he doesn't have that much time. John looking for it. He can't get the pad in. He can't get the code in. He's got to go for the kill in beginners. will go for just the 1 point. Killinger took too long making that cup of tea, Nightfire.
Yeah, he really did.
That is those nerves, right? That's this is the map that could seal the deal for the team. Killinger and his team could stop the play. They could be well on their way to finishing this and all go to bed. You know, they are our EU competitors. It's a bit later for them, pushing 10 o'clock at the earliest for some of their members. So I'm sure they're all ready to get to bed on this Sunday evening to get into tomorrow. But still playing well. I mean, even though he was on there, he didn't get it. He was still able to realize that he needs to drop the attempt, go for the weapon, and get the point. They win a Marsoc round. First round in on their map pick, they win the Marsoc round. That's big for them. Now they just need to continue to be able to hold their defensive rounds, keep any caps off, and they're set up pretty well right now. They just need to play smart from here on out, and they can close this. But we all know Aimless is not about to make that easy for them.
We've only had one map so far where there's been a 2-0 lead. Everything else has been back and forth down to that 3-2 moment where one of the teams will secure the map. Eventually, we may get to that point here on Quarantine. It's just going to be who's going to take it. It is ALG, like I said, going to be able to rally here because this is tough. It's hard. You're in such a late stage of your tournament. You're on those last legs of your energy, and it's when you need to focus the most. It's when it matters the most. A lot of energy. I mean, I'm sure ALG has gone through a ton of energy over those first three maps. To the point that we were talking about offline, though, they're young and full of energy, so I don't know if that's necessarily going to be an issue for at least a couple of those players. Soda maybe not so youthful anymore, but
yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if Soda's the old spring chicken he once was. He's probably the old timer with the. They probably go buy him a walker for Christmas, but he does bring the experience and the knowledge of a seasoned player to their team. That is for sure.
Quick, finding Smoils. I mean, he has been doing the damage at range here on these streets. Killinger taking a few revenge pot shots at him, but no love there. And Beginners starting off a man down. Quite a bit of work left for them here.
not an optimal scenario for Beginners to kick this off. They want to put 2 up on the board. They do not want to let ALG have any sort of vestige of hope. And ALG with 3 now into that 5v3, excuse me, 5v4 is what's evens odds. They are looking good here. The question is will they get a little overconfident on their peak? Strayjack with a real nice 3-story shot there finds what isn't a head but a shoulder for Virus, so he's still alive and res.
The damage is done, and I think Strayjack's got to be worried about C-Quick here. He's got himself looking in that side. I mean, there's no reason for Strayjack to cross just yet. They've still got decent coverage. Right now, a little north sweep would really stir the pot up. Yeah, for Beginners. They've got no coverage on that north side. Killinger the only one in any sort of relative proximity. Strayjack's so focused on that west side that he has definitely not been finding the love, but a great frag from C-Quick. Well, down Killinger, however, the refrag there.
And the rotation unpunished. Strayjack manages to cross that whole street, drop off his angle, get over here and get the res. Evens the odds a bit here. 3-3. Picks up the syringe off his body. And he needs to be navigated to syringe.
There's no body. Okay, just drop it. Just drop it. I'm gonna call out. Drop it. Okay.
Wow.
I can't find a body.
Play second flop for now.
Oh, hate to see it, but Killinger not going to be rezzed here. Strayjack on his client side does not see a body available to be rezzed. We see it. Killinger sees it. He could potentially direct Strayjack into what would be nothing for Strayjack but a corpse for Killinger, and maybe the res would come through. But it's just so much guesswork that Killinger says, no. just focus on what's in front of us. We need to make sure that you're not puddling around with a syringe trying to find a invisible body and instead defend the objective.
Unfortunate bug problem for them, or most likely just one of those aerial bodies, you know, when the kills come out, the bodies just go flying in all kinds of directions and not found there. Soda here is the closest to the objective so far. Icy Woods should be seeing him right there, and that's a key pickup right now for this defense.
That's a call out from Killinger. Killinger spotted that and was calling out that location. Woods swings and gets the kill. So, despite Killinger being unresable and not a shooting threat, he is still there, identifying enemies, and his teammates are able to react accordingly. Minute on the clock. The timer ticks down ever so slowly. I guess quickly if you're ALG, because right now it's got to feel like that timer is going a little bit faster than they anticipated. 45 seconds left, and they are still a bit of a ways away from OBJ. John is close. He could stand up and sprint to it, and he's just checked his tablet, now verifying how much time's on the clock. Woods is here in a bit of a panic, checking all kinds. He hears Virus on his side. John finds the kill. He swings out. Woods doesn't spot him. He's more concerned about his immediate left. John's gonna cross. Doesn't take shots onto Woods. Woods still here in the trade. What could have been a cap from ALG is instead a single round win, which still is good. Ties things up 1 apiece.
Can we stop trading rounds for the sides that we're on? I just want someone to take the advantage and run with it. Oh man, but a great play there. Excellent comeback there from Aimless Gaming. I mean, I really thought beginners really had that one wrapped up the way that they were situated. Strayjack maybe was moving just a bit too much, trying to get those looks and see if he could spot anyone approaching on his defense. And could be why John was able to clear him out. Woods, unfortunately, being in the middle, you really don't have much option but to be a chameleon and split your eyesight into 2 different directions, because that's all you could do at this point when you're stuck in the middle like that. But overall, I mean, a great push there from Aimless. What started out kind of rocky, kind of shaky. Yeah, I mean, they did a great job of pushing it through. Beginners, I mean, Killinger making the right call there by Strayjack, telling him not to do, not to worry about the res, not to focus on that and to focus on what was going on. And, they ended up still carrying that round down to those last few seconds. And that's good. I mean, that's what you want to see. You don't want to see him giving up, or you don't want to see him dying to something foolish like that. And as Noman kind of said, the kill from Woods on DeSoto was probably the key linchpin to take out at that point in time for that Aimless push, and really nothing came out of it, mostly because Aimless didn't have more pushes coming in from other sides. But at the same time, it was just interesting.
Yeah, I definitely want to see us go down to that 5th map. That's when it gets the most hype, when you're on map 5, when it's all tied up, when everything is really, when the pressure gets to the highest point it can possibly get. That's what I'm hoping for. So whoever comes, I guess internally, I'm rooting for ALG to bounce back here, because if they can snag this, then we are going to be moving on to that map 5. But that's just because I love watching Onward. I just want to see more games at this level, because you don't get to see it played this tight and this professional any other space. And there's an early pick from Paz. Beginners kicking off their offensive round nicely.
That's what they want, but we have been seeing these 1-for-1 kill trades. I mean, that last round was basically like Marsoc dies, Volk dies, Marsoc dies, Volk dies, and they just keep going back and forth. And so it's even hard to call an advantage anymore, because it's really down to those last 2-3 remaining players is where the advantage is decided. If that, even those come down to trades. I mean, we are as even Steven as we can get.
Alpha Oscar West building 3-3. Alpha Oscar West building 3-3.
And so you may hear things from players who are like, what are they Like right there, Wood
3-3,
said
roger.
something Alpha 3-3. These teams have their own designated callouts for each individual little location and little spot, and some positions are unique in terms of what their numbering means and where it means that they should be looking. It just shows you how exact the callouts are from these teams. They have honed in every little element so that they can direct attention to specific spots in a specific location, and they all know what it means. It's really quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, if you've heard their call-outs for Echo and a number, that's elimination, or how many remaining players they have on the field to kill. So Echo 3 means there are 3 remaining players. So that is how you know their kill counts, and I've been hearing that all throughout the day.
There's gas station.
But yeah, they have absolutely been dialing in these call-outs over many seasons. I mean, they've got, I'm sure they got something for every situation. Hopefully they have something for a situation where they lose a player, because that is what just happened. This little headshot coming in there. And paused with the quick reaction.
Why don't we see that more often? Why don't players spray down this ramp? It's fully penetrable, and oftentimes an enemy is sitting there defending, feeling he's comfortable and safe, but it's like sitting at a wood wall. It is easily shot through, and a smart move there from beginners. ALG now down to 3, and Nardu's really far away from objective.
Smoils here on this backside. I barely saw him get here. I mean, he really wrapped all the way around. He's on the back of C-Quick. He's on the back of the defense. I think he's gonna do. I'm gonna be over here watching him, because I feel like he's gonna be the decider for this particular approach for beginners.
Oh no!
Oh, that's not what you want to see from a team like beginners.
The second time they've team killed, at least in this series, I think in this map. No, this series they did have a team killing Cargo too. So.
Oh, C-Quick drops off on the shots from Smoils. He misses those, and that would have been a huge pickup. He doesn't see him, so he rushes the window here. He's got the nade primed. He tosses it out, but he doesn't have the gun up and ready for Smoils to take that shot. And there it is. That is going to be a big deal for this defense. Now they got to worry about not just the push coming straight across. Nardu, though, cleaning up Stray Jack as he rushes through. Now they got to worry about Smoils on the back. Oh, you hate to see it. Nardu went for the call out there. Didn't have his hand on his gun, and he pushed down. There it is. Smoils trading out for that final pick. Beginners go up 2-1 in the series.
It is not looking good for it. I mean, hey, you can't afford this. You know, you can't let beginners get momentum right now. It has to be ALG in command, and I don't know, Sleepy. It seems to be shifting in momentum a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like there might be a bit of a shift in momentum, but we've thought that a few times already today and have been quite wrong. Yeah, so I don't really want to take that bet anymore, to be honest. We are still trading out our Marstock rounds, which is interesting. Normally, those aren't the ones that you see traded most often. It's usually the trades onto the bulk rounds, especially on these larger, slower-paced maps where you see teams taking up a bunch of that clock to eat, to grab real estate, get early round picks before attempting the objective. So, let's see. I mean, I don't think I see. I mean, obviously, the obvious mistake from beginners with the team kill was a big one on their side, but overall, I think pretty well played. Nardu was a bit off objective, but in reality, he was no further off than C-Quick was being on the roof. If you really were to sit down and look at it, neither one is really great to be, because they both take too long to just get from where you are to where you can at least see the objective or see any of the possible objective cap points. But good execution, good attempts, and a solid defense that held fairly well there until the end. But once Smoils kind of got in around behind him, and was able to take down C quick. There wasn't much they could do because they were covered then from the east and the north, and to push out or push across anywhere would have been almost impossible.
It's really that textbook beginner's pinch that they always look to do. Smoil's that bottom hand of the crab, if you will, the lower thumb, trying to pull everything together. And you know, when it works, it works. Beginners are very effective at executing it, and we'll see if they can continue to pile on to a lead that matters the most in Season 10 here as we dive into round number 4.
Pause pushing Hospital. He's gonna have a ton of work cut out for him as the shots rain in. Soda ready. Nardu with the suppression. Pause down and out, and we're already down to 4 defenders.
Pause found the early kill last time, but this time he is the early kill. Spawn point, like you said, is identified, but I don't see a huge rotation coming in, which is odd considering the objective and how many are prone to put or ready to push here right onto objective. Primed is the word I was looking for.
Yeah, I don't think they want to ramp just yet. They want to get ALG close to the OBJ. You know, they know that there's going to be somebody watching for that flank. And right now, Killinger is going to be in danger. Soda keeping his eyes on this center burning and their laser. It's millimeters, you know.
The interesting thing is, as long as he doesn't peek out, he can hold this slice here and wait for ALG to be fully exposed on their rotation to take his shots. And there's not really a whole lot Soda can do about it. So he just has to play it conservatively, which is to the beginner's style. It'd be a surprise, really, if he peeked out here. He actually does go for a little look there, but Soda wasn't watching when it happens, and that's Onward for you.
Grenades coming to check the objective, and, you know, it's just a holding pattern for Aimless. They want the defense to get peaky, and they're not going to. I see Woods in danger from a frag there from C-Quick. He has to back off. Now he's going to respond with a little check nade of his own, but that's going to go not quite far enough.
Oh, John almost scoops up Strayjack from the 2-story. Strayjack finally peeking there. It's what ALG has been sitting and waiting for. Couple of nades coming out, but still no moves from ALG just yet.
There it is, Soda going for the move. Killinger just tight enough on the angle, and I see Woods scooping up C-Quick on that potential flank around the North Street. And Aimless down to 3. It could be the pivotal round here. I mean, they need to win this. Not even a cap. They need to win this to keep some semblance of advantage. Otherwise, you're giving beginners a lead and potentially the map point.
I gotta wonder if it's factoring into their play style right now for ALG. If this pressure may be getting to them a little bit, I don't know. They're still in a 3v3. 3v4, excuse me. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking maybe there was an inaccurate count. But yes, there is still 4 up for beginners. So backs against the wall here to the max. You know, I've been saying it a lot, but it's what makes it most exciting about the championships, to see how these teams really step up.
They've backed off. They don't have a ton of time. I mean, Nardu's rotation there, he's going out wide at 1:30. He's going to try to go North Street, it looks like. That's a long way to go.
Really late. Really, really late. They have John here, but it's not going to be easy. Killinger has a watch. He's holding that late cross angle. Like I said, it's only when you're fully exposed that he's going to shoot you, and we'll see. It seems like Nardu has instead opted to push in from the center. John gets across. Strayjack is right here waiting, and Killinger's getting pushed. What's going to happen if Strayjack goes down? John's on objective. Big kills.
I see Woods finds the North. Strayjack cleans it up. Virus, the last one left, makes it a 1v3. Killinger right over the top of him. Does know exactly where he is. Coverage is on the objective. 35 seconds left. You can hear the hard breathing. I mean, that is... You want to know the kind of stress these players are under? That's the kind of stress Killinger swings. Finds the pick on Virus, and there it is. 3-1. For beginners, they're poised to take this map and the series right now. From this point forward, Aimless has to put up 3 points.
Oh, man.
Or bust. Sleepy.
It's a tough bill, but at least for them, they have the ability to get one of those points back here on their next round, which will be a defensive round. And then after that, you know, I'm sure they'll be looking to get the cap to take as little bit of time as they can to catch back up and put themselves back on another full round to the end of it all. Is so, I mean, it's not undoable, and I mean, if anyone we've seen playing in this postseason can still pull this out, I mean, I guess I would have to say it's Aimless. I mean, they've shown us that they're here to play in season 10 and in this postseason. So, you know, I'm not counting them out. I haven't really been over top of them at their spawns each round to know if that morale and that energy is still there as it has been in the previous ones, but they seem like they're still holding it together. They don't seem like they're getting too tilted, but maybe, just maybe, sound like they might be running out a little bit of steam.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll be on board the ALG crew as they spawn in for their defensive round, because you're right, Sleepy. I mean, hey, you lock this defensive round in, you're already staring down a barrel of a gun, so to speak, right? Where the end of the season is almost in front of you. They need to just defend, play tight like they have been, get this defensive round, and then risk it. Go for it. Play ALG for one last potential round. Push in, do everything you can to get that cap. It has to be your focus right now if you're on the ALG side, and let's tune in if there's any active comms. Oof.
We have not seen beginners allow 3 points unanswered yet.
Yeah.
It has not happened in this series yet. I mean, it hasn't very much happened in almost any of the games they've played this postseason. I don't have all the stats in front of me, but I'm pretty sure they haven't allowed a 3-0 spread in almost any map. It's a tough battle here for ALG. But they got to play their game. You know, it's been successful. They got it on Downfall. They played the hell out of Downfall. If they can take a little nugget of what it was that made them successful there and bring it here, they can definitely take this to the series deciding map number 5.
Even you see this laser, it is bouncing so hard right now. It goes to show you that not only is it hard to stabilize aim at long range, making that whole sniping bit even more obvious, but the pressure here, the nerves being in effect, you can the hand, you know, he's trying to hold this angle steady, and it is everything but here. He should still land a shot. If shot picks out, Killinger actually the one that dials it in, and John goes down. Beginners off to the races, 5v4.
This is do or die. Losing one with 1.5 minutes against the beginners is not what you want to see. And what I'm noticing as I'm panning around this map is I see a lot of beginners lasers dialed in to spots for ALG. They did their homework. They know Seaquick is sitting here. You got Paz looking over the top of him, just waiting. He's going to rotate off now, but you know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of stuff I'm seeing. They're looking in the spots where there are defenders.
They've been doing their homework, to your point. They've been watching the VODs. They see us call this point out as effective and can assume that, hey, people are probably going to take this because it is a good spot. You're really nicely covered from quite a lot of positions and can hold a pretty hefty amount of angles. So it is good, especially for this objective. Not surprised to see it picked, but yeah, it's almost like within the course of the postseason, that spot has become meta.
Quiet here is 2.5 minutes are gone and 2.5 minutes remain. Beginners getting set up in the east. Killinger and Strayjack pushing across. The north here getting to center glass, starting to put the pressure on all sides. And I mean, Aimless is ready for it. They've got Nardu and Seaquick looking for that push across in the east. They are not unprepared for this beginner's encircling strategy.
The question is we saw Mayhem defend this successfully against beginners, is what it takes is the trust in your teammate. Seaquick has to keep holding his angles, and Soda has to hold his. There's no reason to double down on angles like they are right now, because it gives you a gap in coverage. And look at this. As soon as Seaquick drops, because Soda drops, they're just, the coordination, the sync just isn't quite there. Soda with a huge refrag gets Strajek in the 2-story, but still, they've lost one in a key position, and now they're down 4v3.
I mean, I think Killinger he's like, I know he's there. I'm just going to go for it. You know, whatever it is, I know he's there. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to get the trade if I have to. And that is best case scenario right now for them. More suppression coming out from IC Woods in center courtyard, just keeping anybody in the hospital tucked in. There it is. Killinger makes Humvee. Now he's going to have to deal with Nardu. Is he going to be ready for Nardu in this position?
No one's got front coverage. Nardu does find that kill, but Woods and Paz and Smoils have all been progressively working their way up here. Really, Virus, the only one holding inside, he's got to find kills. If Virus goes down without finding a trade here inside this building, there's a very high potential for beginners to cap and wrap this one up with a nice bow on it.
Oh, they're going to go for kills. There's no chance in hell that beginners are going to chance a cap here.
True.
To end this. This is all going to be looking for the picks, and 30 seconds remain as Paz gets in position. He's tucking in under Virus. Smoils pushes in. Virus misses the initial shots. Smoils swings and finds it. There it is. Nardu does grab Paz, but IC Wood spots him over the top. He's putting shots down. 15 seconds left. Smoils turns, finds the final pick, and beginners will take the map, the series, the grand finals here on the VR Master League. Holy freaking cow, what a game.
What a series indeed, but I think, you know, we saw what we kind of expected, at least for some of us. The experience just winning out the day. You can't say that Aimless didn't bring a hell of a game, though, to compare to, but the experience in the postseason and the experience with the length of game and just the constant mind games that are played with one another in a league match just ended up being a little bit too much for Aimless. You know, beginners able to kind of take away that fourth map with a bit more and more momentum as it started to go along, and you know, unfortunately for Aimless, they weren't able to hold on to it. But I mean, you can't fault them for the gameplay that we saw here today. I mean, so congratulations still to them. I mean, still taking second place and walking away with some of that prize pool. Of course, congratulations though to beginners, who are our champions here in season 10, and will be walking away with quite the bevy of prizes.
Yeah, they have earned themselves a hefty reward. Wow, but what a fantastic series to wrap season 10 with. That was an amazing back and forth. A long day for me. I don't know if we're gonna do I mean, what are we feeling here on the depths? Do we want to do a little post show? Do we want to bring in?
Well, I mean,
Todd,
we could just do you know, I think we can
do it right here.
Yeah, we'll just do it right here. We'll do it live. No reason to cut to intermission. We've got everything up and ready. Scores are on the board.
Relax a little bit. We can loosen up the tie, if you will. I'm in shorts. I can tell everybody I've been wearing shorts this whole time.
I just put on a Santa hat, so
TFH just come out of the woodworks. We got everyone here for what is the final wrap of season 10. Todd, you've been watching, you've been seeing the games. I mean, I mean, we haven't seen someone do that, go up against beginners like that, like we're saying, since Globo. I mean, beginners doesn't have a hard time with a lot of teams, and ALG did really good today.
And I don't feel like I need to remind everyone of this, but they came out of the wild card. They were literally from the bottom and almost to the top. So unfortunately, it doesn't match up with that song yet. But one day we will have that dream team come. It could be ALG again next year, but
they will probably go against the likes of beginners, or if Globochem decide to play Onward again, they'll be waiting.
I mean, I'm looking forward to that moment. If that happens, ALG versus Globochem, that's going to be an exciting NA matchup. That's going to be one for the books. And I mean, I think, we talk about experience and beginners. Clearly, the better team here in the finals, deserving every bit of this win because they played so well. But, you talk about experience, and ALG is going to have to be a team we watch next season. It's going to be a must. They have come up through the hardest challenge we can offer a team in the VRML. It is the hardest thing in the VRML to come up through the Challenger Cup and win in the finals. By far. There's no other task that is more difficult than that, and ALG nearly did it here today. It's astonishing, really. It's such an impressive bit of play from them. I'm really looking forward to the future of that team. And again, now they've got experience. So next season, this team is going to be a real threat to everybody that they go up against.
Yeah, I think, and we have all these quest teams coming into play as well. Maybe one of them could be one of them too. We don't know yet. We've added such a massive player base to this game that anything can happen at this point.
Geez, Noman, thoughts?
Yeah, tons of new teams. They only had half a season in most cases to get up to speed. So we haven't even seen, to take from a popular television show, we haven't seen their final forms yet. There's a lot of unknowns for season 11, but I do know that we're gonna have good Onward casted action. If this game is any indicator, it's gonna be stunning. It was a great series overall.
There's all kinds of theory crafting we can do. We don't know the future of what season 11 holds, but hey, I got my fingers crossed that we get some varying in maps. Maybe we can get back to the custom map idea. If we do that, that's a huge element that changes the meta significantly. It forces everybody onto an even playing ground. There's all kinds of stuff to look forward to that could be season 11, right? It's already, I guess, I'm looking to the future. That's, probably a ways away, a couple of weeks at the very least. I would say months, because this has been, a taxing season for everyone involved. So we all need a little bit of a break after this one, that's for sure. I'm looking forward to a nice holiday break. But to that point, I guess now is as good a time as any to plug what we do have coming up, because we're not done with the VRML by any means. There's still some more esports to tune into. We're going to have a Final Assault charity tournament here live on this channel, so you're going to want to tune into that next weekend on Saturday. That's going to be pretty rad. That's an RTS, a bit of a different flavor. And if you're not familiar, this channel, the VR Master League channel, hosts a variety of VRML games. We have Echo Arena here every once in a while when that season is live on Sundays for the venue show. When we have both going at the same time, it's going to be Echo and Onward rotating different days here onto this channel. So you're going to want to follow here. You're also going to want to go over to Onward_VRML, Echo Arena_VRML, Pavlov_VRML, Snapshot_VRML, because all of those channels are putting out content on the VR esports scene. And it's high quality. It's good stuff. Snapshot's fun to watch. It's a fun game to play. I recommend it. I recommend Onward. Get into this game if you're just watching here. If you're in venues, it's a must buy. It's by and large the favorite game of almost any PC VR player that I run into. It's their #1 shooter on their list. And it's there for a reason, because it is a whole lot of fun, and it's got a great community behind it. Tons of active players, tons of teams looking to recruit new players, and always an opportunity for you to create a team. All you have to do is head on over to vrmasterleague.com. You can pick any one of the leagues you want to attend in, you want to be a part of, register for a team, or create your own, and then you can start actively recruiting through the website, get into the Discord, do it there. There's all kinds of options to get involved into the VRML esports scene, and there's a variety to it. Whatever your heart desires, you can get going. You're also going to want to keep your eyes on it, because we're adding new games pretty frequently. We're trying to tack on new esports scenes that we see fit, Snapshot being one of the more recent additions, that's going to keep happening. That's not stopping anytime soon. So there's always going to be a more and more increase in options for you to do and play in the competitive scene. And I mean, Noman, you run a team. The site's fantastic, easy to use, easy to manage.
Yeah, it's a great quick game. You know, it's still a shooter. It's but it's 30-minute games. You know, at their maximum, really. At quick rounds. You know, strategizing and practices are short for those teams that, you know, don't have a lot of time to dedicate to that. You still want to play a competitive little shooter, or if you like paintball, it's you know, it's a very good little simulator for that. Definitely go check it out. I have thoroughly been enjoying my time there, and the community is great as well.
You know, we're only plugging this now because there's an Onward off season. There's a little bit of downtime. Now's a good time as any, like I said, to get into the Onward scene, because now is when people are going to start doing scrims and prepping for season 11. But there's also other options, so be sure to tune into those. I want to get everyone's final sign off here for the day. It has been some of the best Onward I've managed to witness. Todd, your final thoughts on season 10 and what we had here with ALG versus beginners.
Well, I'm really psyched about the new addition to the meta, like Smokes and C4, hopefully for next season.
True.
I hear that it's going to change things up a lot, so that'll be pretty welcome and bring a lot to the game.
Good points, good stuff to look forward to down the line. Sleepy, your final thoughts on season 10 and beginners versus ALG.
Well, it was a rough road to get here. A lot of bumps along the way, and definitely not what we were anticipating. You know, as we were announcing season 10 and the like, but we appreciate those of you who stuck it out with us over those rough batches, whether they be game related, or league related, or you know, what have you. We appreciate you all sticking with us and sticking through it. We know season 10 wasn't the smoothest of seasons, but you know, with your help and your recommendations, we can continue to improve the league and keep it moving forward and creating the best VR esports experience that you can get here online. So. Just want to thank you guys all again. Thanks to all of the viewers again, and of course thanks to the players and the teams who were competing here today. Thank you so much for the great games. Otherwise, Sleepy is done for season 10, and I'll see you crazy animals next season.
Noman, your final thoughts on season 10 and what we just witnessed, beginners versus ALG.
It was a good match. You know, I got my predictions basically from the beginning of this series all the way through, all correct. So I'm pretty happy about it. It was a good match. I do appreciate folks tuning in and, you know, hanging out with us. Just spending your Saturdays and Sundays with us. It means quite a bit to us casters and to the players and to the league and everything. So thank you to that. Thank you again to all our sponsors, new and old. We are ever thankful for what you're providing for us and giving us the ability to put on this great show. So thank you to them. Thank you to the mods. I mean, seriously, what a thankless job that is. You know, Mama Birds, Gilligan Princess, and Doc, and just a huge shout out to them for the season they've been doing, and the league moderators as well. Fitz and James and Shrieking and Thunder. If you know the league, you know them. But outside of that, you know, thanks for tuning in. If you guys have thoughts and suggestions on season 11 casting stuff, do let me know. You know, can't put everything in, but I'm always trying to work on this stuff and bring a better production. So constructive feedback is always accepted and allowed. You know, keep it civil. But other than that, yeah, I'm ready to give my voice and my life a rest. Maybe get some sleep in the morning. So Nightfire, I'm gonna let you sign us out.
Yeah, I guess one little plug, I suppose, if you enjoyed the casting and you want to do it yourself, we do open up recruitments during the off season. We're always looking for new volunteers and casters to get their voice out there and be part of the VRML casting community. We do require a few things. We often look for 3 scrimmages cast by yours truly and recorded, not me, you, recorded, and then submitted in that application. So if you are thinking, hey, I might want to be a caster, start doing that now. Start looking for scrims from teams that are playing and say, hey, can I cast? I want to record it so I can submit an application to become a caster. A lot of teams very often are more than happy to have the footage anyway. So it's pretty easy to do. And again, it's one of the requirements we have when we open up that sort of recruitment. the open PSA now there in case anyone's tuning in and wants to get a part of that. We also do this for all of our leagues. So during all the postseason, if you want to do Pavlov, if you want to do Echo Arena, whatever you're playing a part in, there's options. We welcome anyone in that wants to contribute. It's not closed doors. It's very much open. So if that's something that's interesting you, just keep your eyes peeled. We'll do an announcement when we have those recruitment forms open. But until then, work on those scrims. And then my final sign-off, a fantastic series to round this season off with. Beginners putting in the work, continuing to be one of the best teams in the world. It's not easy to do this season after season, but somehow Beginners do. They are a dominating team, and they are so hard to uproot. To the point, ALG playing fantastic today. So much fun to watch them duke it out against the #1 team in the world, and that has been the #1 team for a long time. A lot of fun. As for the whole of Season 10, I'm sad it's done. I love watching Onward. I love casting, but just like no one says, I could use a break myself. It has been a lot of games, which has been great, but I'm ready for a bit of a breather. And honestly, it's only going to last a week, and then I'm going to want Season 11. So I'm gonna take my break, but I'll want to be back soon enough, and I'm very much looking forward to the future of VRML and the future of Onward Esports. Thank you all so much for tuning in. A quick shout out to our sponsors. You've been hearing HyperX in your ear this whole time. I've been using the Cloudcaster. I've been wearing Cloud 2 wireless headphones. They are fantastic pieces of hardware. I do highly recommend it. You've been seeing those scroll across your screen with ads. The Asterion products combine nicely with it because you get that RGB glow across your desk. And obviously also ProTube VR, VR Cover, B Haptics, HyperX, Rebuff Reality, Cyber Shoes, Arma, VR Wear, Asterion, all of those sponsors coming together to offer what is the best VR esports league in existence. Thank you so much to everyone tuning in. We will see you all with Season 10, or if you tune in next weekend, you'll see me in Final Assault. But until then, we're off. Good night.